Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hi, Donna. Okay, good. I can see the chat. Woo, baby Jesus. Can you hear me okay, though? Can you hear my voice? I was having a problem on TikTok. I had no sound. So I'm curious to know if there is sound. Oh, Cajun Nana. Can you hear me, though? If my voice is okay, you can actually hear me because I tried TikTok and I had no sound. I was not able. Okay, good. Thank you. Because I tried going live on TikTok and for whatever reason, everybody could see me, but nobody could hear me. So there's no point in going live on TikTok if people can't hear me. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus, it's always something, always something. Oh, I didn't realize these are two different sizes. Dang it. Okay, well, that's okay. All right. Hi, guys. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry, I could not go live on TikTok. It didn't give me any sound whatsoever. So, unfortunately, I have to go live from just YouTube. So, I apologize. I didn't realize these were two different sizes. I effed that up. That's okay. We will fix it as we go. Because that is the right size. All right. We're going to give everybody a few minutes before we get started. But, baby Jesus. How's everybody's holiday weekend? All right, well, I'm giving everybody a minute. Sorry, I'm snacking on some pretzels. Hello, hello. Sorry if you guys hear the dogs next door. They are dog sitting their grand dog, and he is very loud and boisterous. Hey, Sailor. I couldn't get my TikTok to I got no sound. Like it wouldn't, nobody could hear me. I have no idea what is happening. Thank you, Lori. I appreciate it. I did post a little video letting people know. And there was a couple of y'all that are in here that were in the room when I had no sound. So I don't know. I don't know why TikTok is being like that, but I could get picture but no sound. Okay, so the only thing that I have cut out is the main and signature things. And I didn't realize, and I'm sorry guys, I effed up. Okay, so I have the spine. I didn't realize I accidentally printed these off in 2 different sizes. They're just a little bit shy of one another, the cover and the back. So, but we can fix that when we're folding it. So, because we're going to cut it to the smallest one, not the biggest one, the chipboard. So just be aware. I am aware they are 2 different sizes, and I apologize. And that's all I have cut out is just this. I don't have anything else cut out. And I did cut the papers. So the papers that go in the signatures, like the small papers and stuff, and then had white on the outside, those I cut off the whites as well. That was all. I didn't cut any ephemera. Hi, Michelle. Welcome in. Sorry, I couldn't go live on TikTok. I had no sound. People could see me, but nobody could hear me. I don't know why it was giving me a hard time, but for the love of baby Jesus. Yes, Reba, we are going to do YouTube instead because nobody could hear me on TikTok. They can see sound, but nobody can hear me. So I don't know what was going on, why my sound was being muted. But here we are. Here we are. We roll with it. We roll with it. I know. Donna, tell them. I should say Cajun Donna. Tell them. Hello. All right, while we're giving everybody a quick couple of minutes, give me 1 second, y'all. I need to, for the love of baby Jesus. Girl. All right. We'll give everybody a few minutes to jump over before we get started. It's only 2 after 1. We'll give everybody until, hi guys, sorry about TikTok. I had no sound, y'all. It would not, people could see me, but nobody could hear me. So I had to do the best thing and just go live on YouTube. So please bear with me, till we let you're very clear now. Okay, so Ziza, a girl I will never remember. You would enjoy, yeah, right? Oh God, but girl, I don't know what in the hell is going on, but we're trying to figure it out. So we're going to give people a couple minutes before we get started, so that way people see my video and know that we are live on YouTube instead of TikTok. Well, we usually go live on both, but I can go live, they just can't hear me. So here we are. Well, not only that too, you don't have to worry about glitching either, because TikTok's been very glitchy for me. My husband thought we were doing anniversary stuff today. I did fall down the rabbit hole. Oh, by love of Jesus. And unfortunately, I can't have any music because of the whole YouTube rules. Oh, yes. Happy anniversary, Sailor. Although, is today your anniversary? I know Lady Lori has a birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday, Lady Lori. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lori. Happy birthday to you. Oh, it's today. See, for the love of baby Jesus. I was doing a little birthday dance. I was doing a birthday dance. You couldn't see me, but I was, I promise you. Good morning. Good, I should say good afternoon. What's up, y'all? We're going to get started here in just a minute. I'm giving a few more people to come in. I love the dances. I'm going to give people a few more minutes to come in. We will get started at about 2 more minutes. And then they'll just have to catch up or watch the video later. So, woo woo. Your anniversary is this weekend. We don't have a date because we were out telling when he asked. Oh. Oh, dear Lord, have mercy. Okay, let me clean my screen real quick. Hold on, y'all. Ugh. Okay, is that better? That's better. Okay. Whew, I'd use my shirt. All right. Okay. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus. All right, y'all. So, we can go ahead. We got 1 more minute and we're going to get started. If you guys haven't already cut out your purple and blue things for your signature and the main signature, your spine, your covers, and then we have inside papers, and we have our chipboard. So you guys, if you haven't already cut out your covers, go ahead and do that. And yes, I am aware that this is a little bit bigger. I accidentally printed it incorrectly, or I printed this one incorrectly, but I am aware that this one is slightly bigger than this, and that is okay because we're going to go off the smallest size for the cover. So you can choose whether or not you want this as your cover or this as your cover. And then these papers will be the insides of our book, and this will be the exterior of our book on the outside cover. So you can pick and choose which size, but again, I am aware that this is slightly bigger than this one, but we are going to measure the chipboard for this so that it matches the same size. We're just going to fold it over. Not a big deal, but these are the pieces that we were going to need. We're going to do our book cover first, y'all. So if everybody has all of these things cut out, then give me a thumbs up in the chat so that I know that you guys got these items cut out. And then we will get started. We will get the party started. Let me move this to the side. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and each one of these, you can see they do have crease lines where these are going to get creased. If you want to go ahead and crease those too. I didn't do mine, so I will do mine now. And make sure that mine is creased. Sorry, let me move my work up so you guys can see what I'm doing. I have been cutting for hours and none of those. Girl, you don't have to have all the ephemera cut out because you can decorate it on your own time. We're just going to put the whole book together on live, and then you can decorate it at your own pace. That's why I sent you guys so much ephemera, so that you can pick and choose what you want to use, what you don't want to use. If you want to use it all, have at it. If you want to add stuff to it, have at it as well. But you don't have to have it decorated today. We are just going to put the main part of it together, and then we can do as we wish with it later. Like I said, I know I sent you guys a lot of ephemera. There is some ephemera pieces we are going to be using. And when we get to that part, once our book is together, we will do those items together. Putting those in the books, because I have a 3D thing that we're going to do, and we're just going to do it all in one live so that it's all done. There's no coming back for a second video. The hot neighbor's having a pool party today, y'all. The hot neighbor is having a pool party. There are children next door. Otherwise, I'd be like hanging my head out the window showing y'all. Oops. Showing y'all the hot neighbor in the pool, but he's got kids over today. I know we weren't invited because the girlfriend, I think, is still mad at me. Her feelings were hurt. Excuse me. Okay, and I know that, like I said, I know that this piece is bigger than the other one. I tried going live on YouTube, or I mean on TikTok, and I had no sound. Everybody could see me, but nobody could hear me. So I had to end my live, tried to figure that out. It didn't work. So for some reason, my microphone is not working on my computer. I don't understand why. You know what? I don't see Victoria here. Okay, she's heading over. But like I said, I am aware that these are slightly different in size. We will fix that as we go. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome, welcome. We are just right now, we are working on the covers. And what I'm going to do is I am going to trace the smallest one onto the largest one so that I know where my fold lines are. So I'm going to go ahead and trace around the outside of this very quickly. So if y'all want to do the same thing, again, I did not realize that I printed them off in 2 different sizes, and I apologize. That is my bad. But I am going to trace the smallest one onto the biggest one so that they are the same size. So I know where my creases are going to be. And again, I apologize. I effed up. It happens, it happens. I am a human being. And I'm not worried about getting pen marks on my cover paper. around the outside because this is getting folded over and covered up. So basically what I did was I took my smallest one, laid it over top of the bigger one, and now I can go ahead and now that I traced it out, because my scoring lines are going to be different than what's on this paper. So now I can go ahead and cut this out so that I know exactly where my score lines are going to be. Sabrina, will the spines fit? They should. They should, because this is your guide for your signature holes, okay, where your signature holes should be. So you can actually fold this in half so that you can sit it inside your signature to know where your guide holes are going to be. This is the purple one is for your main spine, okay? And this is going, we are actually going to sew our signatures into this piece of paper, okay? And our chipboard, this will then get glued to our chipboard, but our chipboard will be slightly smaller than our spine piece. And this will cover that on the back. So it'll still be a hidden spine. You won't see it from the outside. You'll see it, it'll be on the inside. But our signatures will be sewn to this piece of paper. And then this piece of paper will be glued to our chipboard. Does that make sense? So we're going to we have our, hold on. We have this paper. Okay, this paper, we are going to actually glue this to this so that we can sew our signatures on. We'll know exactly where. Does that make sense? So then this will lay inside here. So this will be the inside of our book. But we'll know exactly where our signatures will be sewn. Make sense? You didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. We are right now, we are cutting out our, in the packet that has the chipboard, we are cutting out our spine and our covers. And I made a mistake. The one cover is smaller than the other one. I printed it out incorrectly. So after I cut this out, I laid this on top of the bigger one and I traced it out so that I know where my score lines are going to be so that this is the right size. I actually traced it out with my pen, and now I'm going to go ahead and cut this out so that I know exactly where I'm putting my score lines. Miss Rita with the thumbs down. Why with the thumbs down, Miss Rita? Yes, I was just worried about the two sizes for covers. Yeah, nope, we're trimming it down. It'll still be the same size as the front. We got this. Because this is the same size as this. So if you folded this, fold this over and fold this over, the spine is actually the correct size to the cover. So once we cut this piece down, these will all three will be the same exact size. We got this, ladies. We got this. This was the only F up that I made that I'm aware of. Like I said, it was my bad. I printed it incorrectly. But we got this. We got this. Like I said, I just laid the smallest one over top of the largest one. Traced it out. So now I can trim it to the correct size. And I know where my score lines are going to be able to fold it over. And like I said, you can pick whichever side you want as your cover. Okay. There's mine. Got that. Got that. Okay. When everybody has their cover stuff, like I said, you have to lay your smallest one on top of your biggest one, trace it out to make sure that they are the same size, which now mine are. Okay. Mine are now the same size. When you guys got this far, you have these pieces cut out. The blue, the purple. Give me a thumbs up when everybody gets that far. And again, I'm sorry there's no music. Michelle's good. Lori's good. Lisa's good. Sam's good. Lori's like, hurry up, sailor. Everybody good? Sailor, okay, perfect. Everybody else good? Perfect. Miss Rita, how are you doing, lovely? Almost. It's all good. And again, I apologize. I'm eating pretzels, y'all. That's my snicky snack. but I'm drinking coffee. Yes, don't feel rushed, anybody. We go at the slowest person's pace in the room. So please don't feel rushed. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask me to slow down. Your guacamole. Oh, I had some of that yesterday. Don't be afraid to ask for me to slow down. Don't be afraid that you're going to be left behind. You have to say something, or otherwise I don't know what's going on. That's why I ask for everybody to give me a thumbs up when we get to a certain point. But don't feel rushed. Wearing new glasses. Yeah. Like I said, this is all we're cutting out right now is the spine, the purple and blue paper, and our front and back cover. Again, we laid over the smallest one and put it over top of the biggest one and traced it out and then cut it so that we know where to score my lines. I am going to go ahead and score this paper since I didn't do that yet, but I'm going to go ahead and score this now that I got it cut down. So now I know where I am size-wise. The neighbor's music is so loud today. He doesn't hardly ever play music, but because they're having a party, it's a little loud. That's why my windows aren't open. I actually had to turn on the air conditioner today. My windows have been open for the last 2 weeks. Cicadas have been a little loud, but I'd much rather have the windows open. But again, he's playing music today, so I didn't want to be an annoyance and ask him to turn it down because it echoes between the two houses. Guacamole and chips. Oh, you should have said that. I would have had it. I would have had Uber Eats deliver it. Spicy, oh girl. Spicy guacamole. All right, so what I did was I scored all of my covers and my spine. Everything is scored and folded. And again, the blue paper, you can actually fold that in half because you're going to use this to stick in the middle of your papers so that you know where your signature holes need to be. Okay. And then we are going to be sewing our signatures on to this purple spot. Hello, hello. All right, everybody good to move on? Okay, who is Sailor? Who did you say the Rita? Miss Rita, are you good? You said fold blue. No, only the blue. Only the blue gets folded in half. Because this we're going to stick in the middle of our signatures so that you know exactly where to punch the holes. The purple one does not get folded in half because this is what we're going to actually sew our signatures onto. So only the blue one gets folded in half. Is everybody good? Or are we still waiting on a few people? Excuse me. You're ready? Haven't scored yet. Okay, no problem. Samantha B. All right. When you do, Tori, when you get your papers scored, give me a thumbs up because I'll be watching for you. Give me a thumbs up, and then we can move on to the next step. Okay. I kind of feel like we need music because I'm like dying here. We could put some on. We'll just turn it down. Because it's going to make me crazy. There we go. There we go. Rita needs encouragement. She's getting anxiety. She's been cutting all morning. It's okay, Miss Rita. Seriously. You don't have to have everything cut out today. These are the only items you're going to need to cut out. And then when we get to, after we get the signatures in, there's only going to be one other item that we will need, and we will cut it out together. That our white on back get cut out. That's beyond your control. Okay, so hold off on cutting anything other than what we're working on right now. When we get to that part, then we can go ahead and give you time to cut stuff out, because there's not a whole lot that has to be cut out, guys, in order to put the book together. You're gonna have to go ahead without me because I'm too behind already. I will try to... No. Rita, you are absolutely fine. You are absolutely fine. All you need right now is, if you go to your packet that has the chipboard and it has these items, this is all you're going to need right now. The rest of it we can go do as we go along. So I don't want you to feel like you're being left behind. Just go ahead and take care of these things. So it is perfectly fine. I promise you. We do this all the time. The ladies know they know that we are going to be here for several hours. It is not that big of a deal. These, like I said, the packet that has your chipboard, those are the only papers I want you to focus on right now. I don't want you focusing on anything else other than these. That is it. Okay? So just let me know where it is that you're at, Miss Rita. So that way I know about where you are in the stage. Head shoulder surgery, so take your time. See, there you go. You're not the only one, Miss Rita, who is on the slower side. This is a beginner's class, kind of. You know what I'm saying? So I promise you, nobody gets upset to harass me. Absolutely, Cajun. This is, again, you don't have to worry about anything else, and I apologize if anybody felt overwhelmed with all the ephemera. the ephemera is for you to do on your own time. There's only 1 or 2 items that we're going to be using out of the ephemera pack that I'm going to show you how to put in our book once our book is all put together. So you don't have to worry about jumping ahead. You don't have to worry about not having something cut out. Because, girl, I didn't cut anything out either. I was cutting all this stuff out right before I came live. So you aren't the only one. Okay? You aren't the only one, I promise you. Miss Rita, just keep me posted on where you're at so that way there I have an idea. And oh, for those of you that have gotten this far, hello, Miss Laura. For those that have gotten this far, if you guys want to go ahead and zhuzh up your papers, I would suggest doing that now while we're waiting. Hello, hello. Welcome back, Michelle. But if you guys are looking to zhuzh things up, I would suggest doing that now while we're waiting. Either that you can zhuzh it afterwards. Absolutely, Sailor. Everybody good? Sailor, let me know. I'm going to spy out the window, guys, and see real quick who's all in the pool. Nobody yet. Nobody's in the pool yet. But I know they have a bunch of kids over there today. Okay, think I'm caught up. This is... Oh, Victoria! Welcome! I will never remember everybody's names, but that's okay. But like I said, if you guys want to go ahead and zhuzh up your edges, you are welcome to do that now while we're waiting on Rita. And again, I apologize, Miss Victoria, if you didn't hear me, this page was printed a little bit bigger than this page. So what I did was I laid them over top of each other and I traced it out and cut this out so that I knew where to put my lines, my scored lines. So if you did not hear me say that, you can choose if you want this as your cover or if you want this as your cover. Either way. But this right here, it will be our cover and our spine and our back. Like I said, I accidentally printed this one a little bigger. So if you didn't hear me say that, make sure that you trace and cut it out so that it matches the same size as this. That was my F up, y'all. When I printed them out, I don't know, I must have hit a different setting. I thought I printed them all out of the same thing, but the same time, but I didn't. So my bad, my bad. How's it going, Miss Laura? Welcome in, welcome in. Perfect. Paper for the cover layout. How do you get the paper for the cover layout? What do you mean? What do you mean, Miss Laura? I effed up. I printed this one, this cover. I printed it too big. So it has to, this one is the right size. This one I printed too big. So you have to flatten this out, measure it, lay it on top of this one, and trace it out to make sure it's the same exact size. That's what I effed up already. That's what I effed up. I accidentally made them two different sizes. Do you have your own digitals or do you buy them online on Amazon? The front and back covers. Okay, so these are from two different artists. These are from two different artists. I don't make my own digitals anymore. I used to, but I don't have the time to do that. But these are from two different artists. I used probably 5 or 6 different artists to put this whole thing together. Is Sailor back? Miss Sailor? Are you here or are you still talking to Miss Rita? Oh, awesome. Ugh. Yes, we did, Miss Luria. Happy birthday. Yes, we did. I even did a little happy birthday dance for her. Okay, is Miss Rita okay, Sailor? Perfect. Beautiful. Yay! Miss Rita, are you ready to go? Hi, Mimi. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. You have an amazing day as well. All right. So again, what we're gonna do first is we're gonna cut our, since Miss Rita, you're all caught up. Give me another thumbs up so I know you're caught up. Yay! Okay, so we're gonna need this first. Okay, we're gonna cut this out of our chipboard first. So we are gonna need 1 7/8 inch across and 8 5/8 tall. Okay, so let me grab my cutting board and let me grab a piece of chipboard. Okay, so we need 5 7/8 tall, or I'm sorry, 8 5/8. So I'm going to take my chipboard. I'm going to go to 8 5/8, 8 5/8 on my board. And if you guys don't have a cutting board and you're using a ruler, the 5/8 is the next line after the 1/2 inch. Okay, so 8 5/8. So it is the next line after the 1/2 inch. Okay, that's our height. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that 5/8. And I'm going to cut my chipboard to the right height. I like to make a couple passes and go slow so I don't have to cut it all at one time. Okay, so this is my height of my book. So after that, my width has to be 1 7/8 wide. So I'm going to go to 1 7/8, and I will show you, oops, this way. I got to turn it. And the 1 7/8 is the one line before the 2. No, Miss Rita, I actually put it on my scoreboard. I'll show you. 1 7/8 wide. Okay, so there is my spine. Miss Rita, I'll show you that in just a second as soon as we do this part. Let me know when everybody, give me a thumbs up, everybody. Isn't it cold which way your chipboard? What do you mean? I did mine landscaped so that my longest piece was this way to do the height. So I have my height, right? What I say, 8 5/8. Did I cut it wrong? I don't think so. 8 5/8. And 7/8. I think I got it right. Did I cut it wrong? No, I didn't cut it wrong. I'm right. That's right. That's okay, Sailor. Like I said, it's 8 5/8 by 1 7/8. So I got mine cut out. I see that 2 people are ready to go. Samantha B is ready to go. You do want a little bit of room around the outside edges, y'all. It doesn't have to be tight. You do want a little bit of room because you need to be able to wrap. We're not wrapping this, but we're wrapping these parts. These will go onto our front and back cover. And then the other black grid paper we're going to be using for the inside to cover this up then. Okay, so for Miss Rita, so on this, there is a white line. Can you see the white line there? That white line is going to be your crease. So what I do is, now that I have this cut out, I use my board here. I actually line up my top cut and my bottom cut on the same line, okay? And instead of cutting it, I will use a flat tool, whether it be tweezers or whether it be a bone folder, okay, whether it be a bone folder, and I just use that line to go from that corner cut to the bottom corner cut, and I just score it down so that way there I can fold it in a straight line. The same thing with the white line that's across the top. I go from cut all the way down to the other cut to the bottom, and that's where I'm going to be folding it. Okay, same thing with across the bottom. I'm going to go from this cut to this cut and score my line so I can fold it over. This side, same thing. From this cut here, straight down to the bottom cut, so that way there I can fold that over. Okay. So, Miss Rita, when you get this part finished, all I want you to worry about is just this. I don't want you to worry about the covers yet. Give me a thumbs up when you have this part done. Well, if you don't have a cutter scoring board, you can also use a ruler, and you can line it up with your cut to your cut and use anything that has not a sharp point but a rounded edge, and then you can score it that way and then fold it over. So you don't have to have a cutting board. Yep, exactly right. That's what I just did. I didn't use my scoreboard part. I used my cut part. So I laid my paper in that cut part. I just left my cutting part, the part that cuts, I just flipped it over. So here's my cutting part. All I did was flip this over and use that line here. Okay. So what we're going to do is, so this piece here, we're going to set off to the side for a second. We are going to take our main piece, which is our purple, okay, our purple, and our chipboard. And we're going to go ahead, we're going to line this up from the top and the bottom. And we're going to make sure that both gaps on each side from left to right are evenly spaced, and we're going to glue this down to our chipboard. Yeah, right? So we're going to glue the purple piece down to our chipboard. And again, our tops and bottoms are going to match. We just have to make sure that we are centered. We got an even amount of space from left to right. And we're going to glue that down. I'm going to take my bone folder and I'm just going to make sure I got a good connection and flatten it out to make sure my glue is spread out and nothing comes up. And wipe off the excess glue. Okay, so again, top to bottom, and then making sure that, and it doesn't have to be exactly perfect, y'all. Make sure that you have about an even amount on both sides. And again, these are where our signatures are going to go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my awl, And I am going to go ahead and puncture my holes in my in my chipboard. Okay. So I'm going to put it in the center. I'm going to go ahead and punch my hole so it comes out the other side. And I'm going to push my awl in so that I make sure I got a nice, good, clean hole. Okay, there is my top row. I did my top row. Now I'm going to go ahead and do my middle row. Just be careful not to stab yourselves, y'all. Because I've done that many, many times. Okay, there's my 3 holes for my middle. Now I'm going to do my bottom. Oops. Okay, now I got my bottom holes. So I have holes in all 3 of those, all 3 of these, and all 3 of these. So this is the piece that we're going to be sewing our signatures to. And then this, later on, after we get all of our signatures, is then we will then glue this down to our center cover. Okay, so this center cover can be put off to the side, but this is what we'll be sewing our signatures into. So I'm going to set these 2 together because we're going to work on the front cover and the rear cover, so we can set this to the side. Give me a thumbs up when everybody has gotten this part done. That's all we're doing, is just gluing that paper to the chipboard, poking our holes, and we are going to set this to the side. So give me a thumbs up when you guys have gotten this part done. Beautiful. Beautiful. I am very behind. I'm bending corners and no idea from here. What do you mean, Miss Rita? What do you mean you're bending corners? Bending the edges. Oh, okay. You don't have to worry about bending the edges yet. If you haven't gotten that far, it's okay. Just as long as you have this piece done, we can bend the edges later. As long as you have this piece done, you'll be fine. No worries, Rosie. As long as you have this piece done, you'll be okay, Miss Rita. Where is the cardboard at? There's no cardboard. This is chipboard. It was in the same envelope that your papers were in that we used for, that we cut out for our front covers. The chipboard is in your pack. It was in the same envelope. That's because we cut this, Miss Rita. We cut this from one of the two big pieces. Is this your first book, Miss Rita? I can show you again. Hold on. Okay, so you got two pieces just like this, okay? Don't laugh, it's okay. So we have two pieces. This chipboard is 11 inches tall by 8.5 inches wide, okay? We are going to take the, I missed that, left me measure. Okay, I'm going to do it with you. So you have your piece of chipboard, okay? So this is 11 inches tall and 8.5 inches wide. We're going to take the 11 inches length, okay? We're going to put it on our cutting board. And the first measurement that we need is 8 5/8. So we're going to take the long piece and we are going to line up the end to 8 5/8. So 8 5/8 high. So let me lift this up. 8 5/8 is one line past the 1/2 inch mark. Okay. So 8 5/8, and the 5/8 is one line past your 1/2 inch mark. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to cut that 8 5/8. And we're going to go ahead and cut that. Are you good, Miss Rita? You got that part? So we're going to cut that one board. We're going to keep making passes until we get through that chipboard. Okay, so there's our extra piece. This gets set to the side. So there's our 8 5/8. And then we're going to take that long ways and we're going to turn it. And now we need to measure 1 7/8 width. So I'm going to slide this down to 1 7/8. And the 7/8, 1 7/8. So the 7/8 is one line before the 2. That's okay. So even on a ruler, Okay, so our first cut was 8 5/8. Okay, it'll be the same thing on a ruler. So here's your here's your 8 inches, and 5/8 is the one line past the one big line past the half. So you have, there's your 8 inches, your 8.5, and then it's that one big line after the 8.5, the one big line after the 8.5. That is your first, that is your length. No, it's for somebody's trying to catch up. Okay, so that is your first cut, is that one line, the bigger line after. Okay. It's okay, Miss Lisa. If you have extra chipboard, just grab another piece. Okay, Miss Rita? So our height then, you just mark a line there, okay? You mark a line at your 8 5/8 line, and then you'll cut it down so that you have your height. And then your width is going to be 1 7/8. So 7/8 is that big, the big line. Okay, so you have your 2-inch, you have a small line and a bigger line. So it would be right there to that big line would be your width. Yeah, Lisa, if you don't have any chipboard, and you don't, you can actually use a cereal box, anything you have sitting around. If you don't have, or you can glue 2 pieces of cardstock together. If you have scrap cardstock, 2 8.5 by 11 pieces of cardstock, glue those together and use that as a piece of chipboard. But this isn't very heavy chipboard. Does that make sense, Miss Rita? Miss Lisa, do you have but 7 5/8 heights is journal? Of this particular journal, yes. It's, hold on. So our width is 1 7/8. Our height is 8 5/8. So our height of our journal is going to be 8 5/8. Our width is 1 7/8. It's okay, Miss Rita. But there's our measurements. 1 7/8 wide by 8 5/8 tall. But those are our measurements for the spine piece. Let me know when you guys are good at this part. Okay, and then the width is going to be 1 7/8. So make sure you're cutting the right side. So you got 8 5/8 as your height and 1 7/8 as your width. Like I said, I'm holding this up here so you guys can see, so you can catch up. It's okay. 7/8 on the ruler is okay. So what is it? 7/8. Okay, is the, if you look at your ruler, okay, there's your 2 inches. Okay, not the little line before the 2 inches, but the big line before the 2 inches. Okay, so it's 2 lines before the 2 inches. So 2 lines before the 2 inches. So it's the bigger of the lines between the 2 smaller lines. Because this big line, that is 3/4 of an inch. So it's the shorter line, and that is a 1/2 inch. So it's 2 lines before the 2. Okay. Just let me know when you get this far, when you get that far of doing your chipboard. And then once you were a Karen today, what were you a Karen about? I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine, Sailor. Oh, I gotta stand up. My butt hurts from sitting. What did you do? I know, that's what I'm like. Wait, what did you do, Sailor? So I called them. Oh, what happened? What did they send her the wrong stuff? That's why I don't go out in public much. I don't blame you. So what happened, Sailor? The flowers did not look like the picture. Exactly. Your edges look way bigger than mine. What do you mean? Okay, Miss Rita, what do you mean your edges look bigger than mine? You mean these flaps? Or are you talking these edges? Do you have, okay, look at my picture and look at yours. Did you cut straight on the grid line, or did you cut the actual color of the thing? Because that's what you got to look at that too. Yes, glue it onto your chipboard. Like I said, make sure the top and the bottom line up, and then just even the space between these two, and then go ahead and poke out your holes once you get it all glued down. So what did they say, Sailor, since they didn't look alike? So what happened, Sailor? Oh, they're sending her a new one. Ooh, girl. That is too funny. Well, if they don't look like what they sold you, yes, they should be sending you new ones. Well, I'm sorry, but if they post, absolutely, absolutely, I agree with Sailor. But if you're advertising something, it better look like what the advertisement shows. Yes, and they don't last long. Miss Rita, give me a thumbs up when you get this part finished, okay? So we know to move on to the next part. I love you, Sailor. Absolutely. They should be sending the ones that you chose. And if they're out of something, if they're out of a specific flower, they should be asking for, is it okay to replace? And adjust the price accordingly. But if they're substituting flowers for other flowers, they should then adjust the pricing accordingly, because some flowers are way more expensive than others. Perfect. Yay! Oh, let me grab another piece of chipboard since I cut that other piece by accident. Well, not by accident, because I was showing you. Ugh. That's right, Sailor. That's right. Okay. Miss Rita, once you get this part finished, when you get your holes poked, you're going to go ahead and you're going to set that off to the side, okay? Oh no. Aw, I'm glad that you liked them. But Cajun Nana, good Lord. Okay. All right. So we are going to grab our one of our covers. It doesn't matter which one. Doesn't matter which one. Okay. So we are going to then now cut our chipboard for our covers. Okay. And we can use that scrap piece of chipboard that we originally cut. Okay. Our measurements are going to be 8.5 inches or 8 5/8 inches tall by 6 inches wide. Hold on, sorry. 6 inches wide by 8 5/8 tall. So I'm going to find my, this is my 8 5/8 tall. This is the scrap piece from cutting off the, this is my scrap piece that I'm using first. Okay, so here's my height. And again, this is the scrap piece. It should be 8 5/8 tall. Okay, which is one line, one big line past the 8.5 mark. Okay, so I have my height. Now I'm going to turn it. And I need to cut 6 inches for my width. So there is my chipboard now for one of my covers. Okay. Now the second piece of chipboard, I am going to cut the same exact measurements. 6 inches wide by 8 5/8 inch tall. So you can take your chipboard that you've already cut, grab your second whole piece, and then go ahead and cut your other piece. So now I have both pieces of my chipboard. So I will no longer need this. So I have, again, 6 inches wide by 8 5/8 tall. So I have both pieces of my chipboard and I have both covers. I will zoom in so you guys can see. There we go. Hello, Helene. Welcome in. Miss Lisa's good. Give me a thumbs up when you guys have gotten your 2 pieces of chipboard cut. No worries, Miss Helene. I'm glad you stopped in, though. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Any color, it doesn't matter because you're not going to see it. It doesn't matter, Miss Lisa. It's whatever color you choose because you're not going to see it except for in the center of the signatures when you open your papers up. So whatever color you pick, it doesn't matter. You're not going to see it on the spine because it's going to be hidden. The threads are going to be hidden on the outside. Miss Rita, just give me a thumbs up when you're ready, my love. Beautiful. That's okay. You could say thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Either way. As long as I know that you're good. Blanda went to his mom's today. He went to go visit his mama. So we are home alone today. I know, I'm just like, I'm almost done with my coffee. And I'm like, dang it, I should have made more coffee before I came upstairs or gotten water, and I didn't. But that's okay. That's okay. I will then. I actually, I think I'm going to get water after I'm done with my coffee. Ooh, 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 ooh. It's okay. Yeah, it is beautiful out here today. It's 71 today, but it was 46 when I woke up this morning. I was freezing my ass off. Yay, Miss Rita! Eating bologna and cheese. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to need one piece of chipboard and one of our papers. It doesn't matter which one. Okay, and if you haven't folded them yet, that is perfectly fine. So I'm going to take, this is going to be this is going to be my back page, because I'm actually going to use this as my front cover because I'm going to add other elements to the cover later. So I don't want a big image on my cover. So I'm going to decorate this later. So I'm going to use this as my cover and this is my back. Okay. But that is my personal choice. You guys, this is where your creativity comes in. You guys decide for yourselves how it is that you want your cover to look. Again, I chose this one because there's not a whole lot going on the cover, so that I can add extra elements to it that are in my ephemera pack so I can make it my own. Okay. So I'm going to take one of my chipboards and my cover. Okay. And I am going to glue my chipboard. I'm going to glue all around the whole outside edge. And I'm going to put glue in the middle. And it doesn't have to be a ton of glue, y'all. Okay. There's my glue. I'm going to lay my paper down. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to flip this over. And I am going to line this up so that my chipboard, so that I have an equal amount of space here that I have here on this corner and this corner and this corner. So I want to even it out as much as I possibly can. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and rub that down. Yeah, exactly right. And then I'm going to take my bone folder to make sure I have some good connection. And I'm going to go ahead and rub that paper so that I have the glue spread out. Okay. So there's again, I can see where my creases are, but so I creased mine wrong, which is not a big deal because that can be fixed. Same thing here. So I have a little bit of space there. I have a little bit of space there. I have a little bit of space there and space there. My board is bigger than the paper, but perfect to measurements. How can it be bigger? Bigger how? Height-wise or width-wise? Do you mean width or height-wise it's bigger? Height, yours is slightly wider. Okay, if it's slightly wider, so if you take your one that you held your that has your holes punched in it, your height should be the same exact as this. So my height is the same exact as my chipboard here. So if your height is off, then you may not have measured it properly. My paper is smaller by about 1/3 of an inch. What do you mean? It doesn't have this flap? And Lori's saying mine is slightly wider. It should be 6 inches, 6 inches wide. Six inches wide, it should be the width. There's my 0. It should be exactly 6 inches wide. Sorry. Your paper is off, not the chipboard. Oh, so if you don't, what are you saying? The width of your tab is different? That's okay, because we're folding this over, so this part doesn't matter, because these overlap. So you will never know that it's off. You'll never know that it's off because these overlap. So if one flap is a little bit wider than the other, that's okay, guys. This is the smallest page. This is the one that I cut down. This is the one that I cut down because this one was bigger. This is the smallest page. This is the smallest paper. This one was the largest paper. Yeah, if it's not perfect, that's okay, guys, because like I said, we are folding this over the chipboard. Yes, you may have some color, some white here. That is okay, guys. You can zhuzh that up or cover it with lace, whatever. It's not if it's not completely perfect, because see, I got some white on mine too, because when I put mine down and when I bend it over, I was off on this side because when I glued it down compared to this side. So I have more white showing on this side because I'm a little cockeyed. That's okay. Those things aren't detrimental. Those things can be covered up, whether with ink. You're okay, Samantha B. My chipboard, it's too big. I'm confused, Miss Rita. Which part is too big? You said the height is too big? If you, this piece should match the exact height of your chipboard that you just cut out for your cover. It should be the same exact height. So if these two are the same exact height, you are fine. No, Miss Rita, no. Okay, but if this piece is the same height as this piece, you got it correct. Because it can't be any longer than this, or otherwise it won't fit together properly. So as long as this piece of chipboard matches the height of this piece of chipboard, you're okay. And as long as this is 6 inches wide, you're okay. So are you saying that this piece of chipboard is longer than this piece? If you're saying that this piece is longer than this piece, then yes, you will have to peel back your paper and your glue and trim it to the correct size. So that way there, just go really slow. Hold on, let me put you up. Okay, oops. Sorry, y'all. So when you go to peel it back to try to cut it, just go very, very slow so that you don't ruin your paper to cut the chipboard. Just peel it back far enough to be able to just trim the chipboard off. Okay? Let me know when you get that part fixed, because that's very important to make sure that this chipboard is the same height as this chipboard. This should not be cut. This was right. So just make sure that this chipboard matches the height of this one. But like I said, go very slow ripping the cover off to trim your chipboard. so you don't rip your paper. Show you 5/8 of the ruler again? Absolutely. So, for example, between the 3 and the 4 inches, there, that big line in the middle, that is a 1/2 inch. 5/8 of an inch is, okay, here's the sorry. There's the big, okay, there's the whole inch. That big one in the middle, that is a 1/2 inch. 5/8 of an inch is one line. Okay, there's the 1/2 inch where my finger is right now. That is the 1/2 inch mark, okay? The big line in the middle, that is a 1/2 inch. It's not the little line, but the next line, that is 5/8 of an inch. Okay, here I'll show you on this side, on the 1 inch mark. So there's your 0, there's your full inch, the big line in the middle, that is a 1/2 inch. Okay, that line right there, hold on, let it adjust. Okay, you have between, it's the second line, hold on, sorry y'all. The second line, which is right there where my finger is pointing, sorry, let it adjust, right there, that is the 5/8. So it's the second dash past the 1/2 inch. So there is the 1/2 inch, and you go 2 lines, 1, 2. That is 5/8 right there. That second dash. No worries. Yeah, 7/8 was the width. 1 7/8 was the width of this. 1 7/8 was the width of your spine. So before, Miss Rita, so before you go to this one, make sure that this is the right height as well. And then for everybody else, if you want to go ahead and glue, make sure that, again, this is the same height and width as your first one you did. If not, go ahead and trim whatever you need to. But we could go ahead and glue this chipboard to your other piece of paper. We're not folding it over yet. We are just gluing the cover to the chipboard. And Miss Rita, you should be able to catch up. And again, I'm just going to center it as much as I can so that I have equal space here and here, here and here. Again, the best that you can. It's not going to be perfect, but we know that these two are the same exact, the chipboards are the same exact size. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and move around my glue to make sure that it got good contact. And if you guys zhuzhed your papers and your creases are off, that's okay. We can zhuzh them again. Not a big deal. Miss Rita, when you get these two pieces done where they are glued together, give me a thumbs up, Miss Rita, so I know that you're caught up. And everybody else, if you're caught up as well, give me a thumbs up or say thumbs up or okay, so I know that everybody's on the same page. Miss Lori, Miss Sailor, Miss Lori, Miss Lisa, Michelle, Miss Samantha B, Miss Donna, Tori, beautiful. Within 1 minute, you found your bone folder and lost it within 1 minute. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. I'm laughing with you. I am laughing with you. Ugh. Like I said, Miss Rita, once you're caught up and you have them both glued together, let me know by telling me okay or give me a thumbs up. Everybody's caught up. Whoop, whoop. See, we don't leave anybody behind. Laughing. I was laughing with her, not at her. Okay, I'm going to run and go pee real quick, y'all. I'm not going to mute my microphone. I'm just going to go to the bathroom really quickly. Miss Rita, like I said, once you get these two glued, you don't have to fold them over yet. Just let me know. Sailor story, I know, right? All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go pee. Okay. Potty break for you too. Yay, she found it. In my, oh God, Sailor. How did it wind up? Don't even, never mind. I'm not even going to ask how it wound up in the pantry. I am not going to ask. I am not going to ask how it wound up in the pantry. Sorry, y'all. I'm washing my hands with a wet wipe. These are Clorox wipes. All right. Okay, Miss Rita's. Yay! You're so glad you live alone. Oh, God. All right, cold foam. Ooh. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to bend over our papers. We're not going to glue them yet. We are going to bend over our papers around our chipboard. You can do it by hand. You don't have to have a bone folder. We're going to bend that all over. Oh, I think my paper was just delivered. The dog is barking. Hold on, let me check the camera. Okay, guys, I'm going to take you guys with me. I got my packages on the porch. I need to go get them. So let me flip you guys around. Don't mind my morning hair. Well, I need to get the packages off the porch so nobody steals them. Nobody steals them. Because it is a holiday weekend, y'all. And again, don't mind my morning hair. Because I just got out of bed not too long ago. Okay, we're going to go down again. Hold on. Oh, please. Oh, please. Gotta get the packages off the porch. Y'all, hold on. Okay, hold on, y'all. Tea. Oh, I just got a package from tea. Hold on, y'all. I had a couple packages. Hold on. Oh. Sorry, guys. Oh. Hold on. I gotta bring in all the boxes. I got lots of mail today. Hold on. Oh my God, I can't even lift that one up. Come on. Oh, please. Oh my God. Fudge. Oh. Okay. Lord have mercy. Okay. We got all the packages. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus. For the love of baby Jesus. I got paper bags. Yes. I got paper bags. I didn't buy anything. I got ink and the heavy box is at my knees. The heavy box. I need to order special paper for our workshop for next month. I needed photo paper and heavier paper. See, face of someone who would steal your paper boxes. Right? Oh, my knee. Hold on. We're almost back. For the love of baby Jesus. Okay, we're back in the craft room. Oh. Yeah, I know, right? That shit's heavy. Okay, let me put you guys back in the saddle. I know. Okay, flip around. Okay, there we go. All right. Whew. For the love of baby Jesus. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Dear Lord have mercy. Okay. Here we go. Oops, I forgot to turn the camera off. Okay. All right. So, all right. We have our cardboard on. We got our flippy flaps. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and glue down our flaps. So, we're going to glue down the longest sides first. So, okay, we're going to glue down these two sides first. I'm going to spread out the glue to make sure I got good connection. 50 Shades of Gray is the next workshop. It's a little on the lighter side. It's not dirty. They're very, very well done photos. But it is the 3 books of 50 Shades of Gray. Is September's workshop. I think there are three left, enough for 3 more people. Because I could only take so many on that class. Because it is more of an expert level. You need to have a sewing machine for book number 1. And if you want to sew pages, you'll need it for book number 2 and 3. Okay, so both my tall sides are glued down first, making sure I have good connection. Yes, it is a master class. It is not for beginners. If you're intermediate, I would not take class number 1 because that is a master class. You will need to know how to use a sewing machine because we're using a men's dress shirt to cover our books. So you will have to know how to use sewing machine. Okay, so now we're going to glue down our top and our bottom. And that class is going to be held over 3 separate days. Yeah, Miss Rita, nope. I definitely would not suggest it, especially if you are new. I would do not suggest any of those classes for a newbie. Because we won't have the time to go as slow as we do for these classes because they are such larger books. And if you get any excess glue, please make sure that you are wiping it off now. I'm going to glue down the other side. Yes, absolutely. We are going to have October. We're probably not going to have any workshop. I think I'm going to wait until November. And I think we're going to do more of a beginner's style book for November. So we're going to do something with a winter theme or Christmas theme for November. But I think for the month of October we may not do a class. Like Tacky and Girly. A bougie Xmas like Mother's Day one you made. Oh, yeah. That's actually not a bad idea, Sailor. Okay, so this is my back cover. And now I can go ahead and if I want to zhuzh up, now that I got this part done, I can go ahead and zhuzh up my edges. This is black soot that I'm using. And so once I zhuzh these up, I won't even see that white edge. You can use whatever color you want. You can use red. You can use black. Yes, both covers. And I'm going to do both sides, the inside as well, even though, because not all my, so when I go to lay down the inside of my back, the inside covers, I won't be able to see a lot of this white, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit wider zhuzhing on the inside, so I know it'll match my inside papers. And if you don't have ink, that is okay. You can use a black permanent marker. You can use anything. Okay, now I can move on to the next. Now I can do the other one. I was going to say, I'm like, I don't know what happened to my thing there for a hot second. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the back or the other cover. And again, I'm going to put the longest sides down first. And then the top and the bottom. So I'm going to do the longest sides first. And then I'm going to do the top and the bottom. Again, getting off all that excess glue first. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to zhuzh up my cover. Okay, and then I'm going to do the other side. All right. Okay, so when everybody is finished with their two covers, give me a thumbs up so that I know that we are all on the same page. I'm going to get a wet wipe and clean this up. Yay! Good job, y'all. Good job. Yay, Miss Rita. All right, let me grab a paper towel and dry off my table here. I am a messy crafter. Okay. Yay. All right. So everybody's caught up. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, y'all. We have 1, 2 of these. So in that same pack, there were 2 of these. Okay. Everybody grab those. Everybody good? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take one of these papers and we are going to cut down the middle so that we have, this is 11 inches by 8.5 inches. Okay, so 11 inches. Let me grab my cutter. We just need one. Okay, so this is 11 inches long. We are going to cut this down the middle. So down the middle would be 5.5 inches. Okay, so you're going to take this. You are going to move it down to 5.5 inches. 5.5 inches. And you're going to cut the paper so that you have 2 5.5-inch pieces. So you have 2 5.5-inch wide pieces. And your diamonds should be facing the exact same way that mine are. Everybody good? Beautiful. All right. 5.5 inches wide. We are going to take our 2 covers. Okay. We got our both covers. We are going to glue these down. So again, this is my front cover, right? So the curve that has the curve should on that front cover, because this is my front cover. So my curve, when I flip this around, my curve is going, this curve here, the rounded edges are going to be on the left side. The back cover, the curve here will be on your left side. Okay, so just like this. That's how these are going to be put down. Okay, so in order to get these to fit height-wise, okay, because they are a little bit long, all you need is for the front cover. Do you see how this curves around and you have that little bit of a space? So we are going to cut off just a little bit of that space. So that way there we have a little space down here at the bottom. And we have the same amount of space up here. So I am going to cut mine down the middle between that black line and here. So just enough space so that it doesn't hang off, but you have the equal amount of space at the bottom that you have at the top. So I am just going to use my scissors and cut it. So I am going to cut half of that off. Just like this. Yours doesn't hang? That's okay, Sailor. If it doesn't hang, you'll be fine. So this is all I cut off of mine. Was just a little bit so that mine didn't hang off the edge. Okay, guys. And I'm going to do the same thing for the other one if it's hanging, which it is. I'm going to then again take the top part and do the same thing. I am going to cut off a little bit of this so that it doesn't hang over. Mine's far from hanging. You're okay. If you don't have to cut yours, you're great. If you have to cut yours, now would be the time to do that. Okay? Okay, don't glue anything down yet, guys. Okay, don't glue anything. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so everybody's on this part where we have these, everything is good. It all fits. There's no overhang on the top or the bottom. And there's no, you know, you got plenty of room on these sides. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our paper. This is my front cover. Okay. That's my front cover. And I flip it over. I want to make sure that my corners are close to that front edge. Okay, let me make sure mine's equally at the top and the bottom. Okay, so that I have this big gap here. That is okay to have that gap because we're going to cut another piece. Just like this, we're going to cut another piece just like this on that other piece of on the other piece of black and white, black and gray checkered, okay? Because we're going to trace this onto the other paper so that it's the same, all right? So, again, make sure there's lots of room here and your paper is shifted towards the outsides and you can go ahead and glue those down, okay? So I can go ahead and glue mine down. Okay, there's my curve. There's my curve. I want to glue that towards the top left corner, making sure that I have just a little bit of edge at the top and at the bottom. And I have that big gap here on the right side. That is what we want because this is all going to get covered up. Again, removing any excess glue now before you move on. And again, taking my bone folder, smoothing this out, making sure I have good connect, getting rid of any excess glue. And let me trim this little piece here and zhuzh that. There we go. All right, same thing for my back cover. I'm going to go ahead and I am going to glue around the outside and in the middle. When I flip it over, I want that rounded corner that has that big black corner, and I'm going to make sure that that is the upper right corner. Again, making sure that whatever gap I have at the top, I have at the bottom, and I only have a little gap here. And I have this big gap here in the inside. Again, get rid of all the excess glue. I'm going to smooth this out. Make sure I got good connection. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Okay, I have a little extra piece of paper sitting here, so I want to trim that off now. And I'm going to go ahead and zhuzh that up. Excuse me. I'm sorry. So sorry, guys. Ooh. All right. Okay, everybody good? Just give me a thumbs up when you guys got this far and everything is glued down. Beautiful, beautiful. Yay! Good job, guys. Good job. After we get the cover done, the inside signatures will go pretty fast. Thank you. I appreciate it. Miss Rita, let me know when you're good. Oh. Whoop, whoop. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm just stretching. Just stretching, just stretching. Miss Rita's good. Yay! Everybody else is caught up too? Yay! Michelle's... That's okay, Miss Rita. That's okay. Michelle's caught up. Okay, so guys, what we're going to need next... We are going to need our spine. It is just the paper. We didn't glue anything to it. We are going to take this and we are going to trace this out on the back side. Okay? We're going to trace this out on the back side. All right, so we're going to move our covers to the side. And we're going to hold this down. You could do it from the back side. If you're worried about getting pencil marks or whatever, flip it over and do it on the other side. So that way there, if you accidentally F it up and you come over the line, over the paper, you don't have to worry about it because you won't see it. So we're going to go ahead and trace this. That's okay, Miss Lori, because we're making pockets, so it's going to be covered up. You won't even see it. I promise you. So I'm going to use this straight edge as my edge. And I'm going to trace it. Yep, you are fine. Where's my pen? Here's my pen, and I'm going to go ahead and trace this out. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, and now that I traced this onto the back of this, I can go ahead and cut this out now. I used my long side straight for my straight line on one side. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut this out. Okay, I am actually going to cut this straight down because I will use this for something else within the book. Okay. So there's my piece. It matches my other piece. So now I have both pieces. Okay. So this piece here that we just cut, we're going to grab our chipboard that we have for our main spine. We're going to flip this over. We are going to now glue this to the back of this, to the diamond one. Okay. And again, when we glue it down, we are going to glue it down so that we have an even amount of space here and here and here and here to the corners. Here, I'll show you. So we're going to have an even amount of space here and here, here and here. Okay. So we can go ahead and glue this to our paper. This is what we're going to be sewing our signatures to. So I'm going to take my bone folder to make sure I have a good connection, and I'm going to go ahead and run my bone folder up and down to make sure I got a good connection. Flip it over. I'm going to do the same thing, make sure I have a good connection. Absolutely. Aha! Sailor. You dirty hoe. I love you. What's going on, Miss Patty? Welcome in. Welcome in. It's too quiet. I know that's because I don't have the voices talking because I'm not on TikTok. I can't. It doesn't work for YouTube, unfortunately. All right. So does everybody have their chipboard glued down to their middle section? Gluing now. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so what we're going to do is the top and bottom. We are going to fold those up and glue those down first before we poke holes in it. So we're going to take our top and bottom. We're going to fold it over. Fold it over. And we are going to glue these down, okay? Mine is a little bit long here, so it'll cover up my holes. So I'm going to trim this piece just a little bit on the tab so that I can see my holes. When I bend it over, you should be able to see your holes. Okay, so if it's a little bit longer, go ahead and cut that tab just a little bit so that you can still see the holes. And I'm going to go ahead and glue those down. Miss Sailor, I freaking love you. Okay, now I'm going to glue down the other side. Don't. Oh, God. I'm not saying anything. And Rita, don't give her any don't swell up her head because she's only just getting started. Sabrina's so serious today. Oh, God. Okay. So we have everything glued down except for our wings. Our wings, okay, well then once we get to that point, our wings will actually go over top of the inside of our book. And again, don't worry about the diamonds being in the opposite direction. It doesn't matter because all you're going to see is that part on your inside between your signatures. You're not going to see anything else. So I wouldn't worry about it. But this part is going to get covered up because we are going to be putting pockets in the front and then the back. So these pieces will be covered so you won't even realize that they're in the wrong direction. Yeah, no, it doesn't look bad that way. But this is our center of our book. So once you glue down that top and bottom fold, we already have our holes, but we need our holes on this side too. So we're going to take our awl again, and we're going to poke it through so that we got our holes on this side. Okay? Sorry. So that we got our holes on this side as well. I'm going to feel where my holes are, and I'm going to push it through. There we go. Now what I can do is, now that I got my holes in there, I can zhuzh up where the holes are. So if your paper is white because you know, the holes were coming out, you can just zhuzh up your paper a little bit. Now what I'm going to do is I'm also going to zhuzh up the top and the bottom piece. So that part is done. I'm not going to do the flaps because the flaps you're not even going to see because we are going to make pockets. I haven't seen mine either. Well, I wouldn't say years, but I would say I haven't seen mine in a while either because my belly got fat again. Okay, so I did both sides. So again, this is what we're going to be sewing our signatures to. And then what we'll do is when we go to put our cover on our spine, this spine part will actually cover this. So this will be glued down. These will be glued together. Okay. Once we get our signatures sewn in, these will be glued down, glued on top. So that way it'll look like that. And then that'll be our spine. Okay, just like that. So that's what it'll look like. So there'll be no strings on the outside. They'll all be covered back here. Okay. So we're going to take this and this and covers. We are going to put that to the side, and now we're going to do our pages. So this is going to get set off to the side. All right. Let me grab my papers. Now, FYI, my papers may look a little bit different than yours because I couldn't find all the files that I'd already printed for everybody's workshop. So some of my pages may look slightly different than yours only because I missed two people's orders because they added it with their either the deposit or their paper sale order, and I missed their workshop. So I copied what I had, and then I sent them. I was like, oh shit, I don't have them, so now I can't copy exactly what I have. So just keep in mind, most of them are probably going to be the same. There may be a couple of sheets or here and there that look different than yours. Okay, so please understand that if you see something in my paper pack and you don't see it in yours, it's okay. It's only because I couldn't find all the files that I printed out. Because I did some weird searches and then just printed as I saw stuff that I liked. Okay, so keep that in mind. Mine is not all like yours. So if you want to add any additional papers, say you were wanting to do an Alice in Wonderland journal, and there was additional papers that you wanted to add into your paper pack, please grab them now to be able to add into your signatures. So if you want to add vellum, if you want to add extra coffee stained paper, if you want to add colored paper or printed paper, doesn't matter. If you want to add, get them now so that you can add to the pack that you were already sent. So if there's any pages or anything like that that you want to add to your book, get them now before we start putting our papers together. Okay, when everybody is ready and they have everything that they want as far as their signature pages go, and they don't want to add anything else to it, please give me a thumbs up or say okay or ready so that I know that we can move forward from here. And yes, there is 2 thicknesses of cardstock. There's 28-pound cardstock, and then there is 80-pound cardstock. There's 80-pound cardstock. There's 28-pound cardstock. You can tell the difference, y'all. And then you have your papers that are shorts that had white on this side and white on that side. That is supposed to be like that. You cut off those white strips. Okay, these are supposed to be like this. These are shorts. Okay, so we're going to divide them into different piles. And if you're adding paper to your books, make sure that if they're whatever cardstock thickness they are, they're in the right pile. Okay, so you have your little mini book pages, you have your shorts, you have your 80-pound cardstock and your 28-pound cardstock. So you're going to have different piles. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 different piles. I got my mini pages, my shorts, 80-pound, 28-pound. So make sure you got your 4 piles. And again, you can tell the difference between 80-pound cardstock and 28-pound cardstock. There's a big difference. Yes, Miss Rita, if you still have white edges on your shorts that have a white strip here and a white strip here, yes, now is when you want to cut them. You want to make sure that when you cut your shorts, and again, some of my pages may look different than yours. It's only because I couldn't find all the graphics that I already printed, because I had to make sure I copied the right ones so that they all got the same thing. But yes, you're going to cut off your white edges, flipping it over to make sure there's no white on the other side. But yes, you're going to cut off your white sides for the shorts. And again, if some of my pages look a little different than yours, it's okay, because again, I missed 2 workshop orders because they added their workshop orders in with their paper sale orders, and I missed them. So I had to copy what I had of theirs, but then I forgot to copy a third for myself. So I had to print out everything that I could possibly think that I would have used. So some of them may look a little bit different, FYI. Sorry, y'all, I'm eating pretzels. Sing us a song? Oh my God. Whistle while you work. How's that? Whistle while I work. Can you not hear the music in the background? Or is it too quiet? I do have music playing in the background, just very low. Are we supposed to have the book pages? These? Yes. These you have to cut out yourself. There were 2 pages to a page. So these you have to cut out yourself. They are on 1 page. This is 28-pound cardstock. But yes. You have to cut them yourself. There was 2 pages per page. These book pages, they came on one sheet. There were 2 pages on one sheet. So yes, you cut these out as well. As well as the shorts. You're going to cut the white off the ends of these. Look through your papers. That's okay. It's okay. That's why I'm giving everybody time to do it right now. If you haven't cut the book pages, go ahead and cut them now. It's not a big deal. That's why I'm giving everybody time. When everybody has all their book pages cut out and all their shorts cut, all the white off, and you have them in 4 separate piles, 80-pound, 28-pound cardstock, the shorts, and the mini pages, let me know. You can definitely feel the cardstock weight. The cardstock weight is a lot firmer. The other stuff is more like copy paper. So it's very bendy. The 80-pound is a lot firmer. So that's how you can tell. Like my 28-pound cardstock, I can bend that very easily. The 80-pound cardstock is a lot firmer. They're limp. See how if I hold the corner of a 28-pound cardstock, it's very limp. If I hold the corner of an 80-pound cardstock, it's very firm. It's not limp. You see the difference? It's very limp. The very limp paper is 28-pound cardstock. The more firm paper is the paper that's 80-pound. See how I can wave it? And it doesn't flop around. This, like it is very limp. This is 28. This is 80. You're okay. I don't know how else to explain it. Yes, I'm eating while you're cutting. Limp and stiff. That's what I got. I like those words though. Can you guys hear me chewing? I'm very self-conscious of that. Can you guys hear me chewing, or is it okay? Because if it's getting on somebody's nerves, because I know some people are very sensitive to sound. And if you're hearing me crunching, I will pull away from the mic a little bit more. It all depends, Lori, if you're adding extra papers or not. It depends on you, if you're adding extra papers or if you're just using what came in the paper pack. I added a couple extra pages to mine of some stuff that I wanted to add to my paper to my book. So I did add a couple extra pages. So it just depends. But we are doing 3 signatures. It's just whether or not you added extra papers. Beautiful, because when we do our signatures, we're going to make sure that we have almost the equal amount of pages between all 3 signatures. So if you're adding 1 sheet of paper, add 3. Don't add just 1. Add 3 pieces so that you can put 1 on each signature. You know what I'm saying? So you want to make sure that all 3 signatures have about the same amount of pages. So if you're adding to it, you can't just add 1 or 2. You have to add 1 for each. So that way they're all about the same thickness. When everybody gets their papers in their piles, let me know. Give me a thumbs up or say okay or ready so that we can move on and start putting our signatures together. Yes, that's right. Because that is absolutely, yes, you are absolutely right. Only 1 page had 1 story page. You are absolutely right. That is absolutely correct. Correctamundo. This is where I pause. Where are you going, sailor? Are you going out on a date? Is that what you're doing? You going on an anniversary date? Yay! Love you. Have a good time. Tell the chocolate hubby that I said love you. Have a good time. And don't do anything that I wouldn't do. No more babies though. No more babies. You can try, but don't make any more. Have fun, lovey. Bye. Sorry, I'm just putting the lid back on my container so I don't spill water all over my desk from my brush. Everybody good? Everybody good? Everybody ready? Yay! Okay, okay. No worries, Miss Victoria. I just want to see where everybody's at. Beautiful. Nope, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many, what order they're in. Nope, it doesn't matter at all. Unless it matters to you. If it matters to you, then you can put them in order, but I'm not putting mine in order. No worries. There's still a couple people still cutting. Just let me know when you come back, Donna. Or Cajun, I should say. Yes, you should have 4 piles. 80-pound, 28-pound, the mini book, and then your shorts that you just cut the white parts off. So you should have 4 piles. Samantha B, you know what's funny? Look, I don't match y'all, but I still got, oh God, I got stuff stuck to my socks from the floor. But I got fuzzy socks on too with my leggings. I got fuzzy socks on too. I do too, except mine are all because from my carpet. I didn't run the vacuum in here, so all the strings from fabric and stuffing were all over my the bottom of my socks. Is it a mini book separate from sewn incorrect? No, it's not separate. In my shorts and a tank top, and the rest of me is sweating. But your feet are cold. No, the mini book is going to be part of our signatures. That is too dang funny. I'm sitting here in a short sleeve shirt, leggings, and warm fuzzy socks with the air conditioner on. Make that make sense, Samantha B. Make that make sense. That's okay, Rita. It happened to me too. I just had like this one page My cutter snagged one of the papers, and look, mine's not straight either. I just cut off there. You can see the little bitty tear right there. I just cut it down so that, you know, nobody's gonna notice. They're not gonna pay that close attention to it. Boobs, sweat, and frozen toes, so I can make anything make sense. I hear that, Samantha B. I hear that. It happens, though, Rita. It happens. It happens even to the best of us, because my cutter blade is going dull. Not a big deal. Oh, it ripped it? No big deal. Zhuzh it up, still use it. That just happened to you, too? You're fine. You're fine, Cajun Nana. All right. Does everybody's done cutting, or are we still working on some of the cutting? Let me know where everybody's at. If everybody's done cutting, say done. Or put working if you're still working on cutting. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. No worries, no worries. I know, right? Cajun's sitting around in her bras and panties because she's so dang hot. Girl, I've been there, done that. I'm a Mississippi girl, southern Mississippi, along the Gulf Coast. And girl, let me tell you, I remember those days of having to get a shower 2 and 3 times a day when it was so dang hot. I remember those days having Thanksgiving dinner outside because it was too warm to have it inside. Even sometimes Christmas dinner, depending on the weather. You never know. It's either raining or it's not raining. Okay, Victoria and Rita, let me know when you guys are done cutting so that we can move on. All right, Cajun, let me know when you're done cutting. Mr. Teddy swims. Okay, you're done. Okay. And like I said, if you guys are wanting to add more pages, make sure that you're grabbing them now before we start putting our signatures together so that you have everything that you wanted to put inside the book. You have it already together. I don't wear a bra either. I don't even wear a sports bra. I wear one of those cotton like training bras. I'd call them training bras because they are not tight like a sports bra. They're more cotton material. I love those and much more than I do a bra or a sports bra. I hate a sports bra because I feel like I'm trapped and I'm squishing everything into my rib cage. But with like a training bra, cotton bra. Yes, I would have to agree with you there because they're a lot more comfortable. I don't feel trapped. I don't feel squished. Yes, absolutely. They're super thin straps. They're like a spaghetti strap type of cotton. Absolutely. Absolutely. You could tear them afterwards. Absolutely. So I have minis, the mini book pages. Said that's the point of the sports one is so that you don't knock yourself out. I had the mini book pages, the shorts, 28-pound cardstock, 80-pound cardstock. The shorts are the ones that had the white edging on both sides. And then our mini pages, our mini book pages. Well, Megan is unfortunately, she is blessed beyond belief. I am not that blessed. I got small boobs. So I'm not as blessed as she is. I don't know. My daughter's bigger than I am. And she wears one of those sports bras that suck everything in. Call it paper. Oh, by Jeebus. She wants to. Oh, hell no. I don't want those problems. Oh, God. Yes, I would have to agree with you there. On the shirts, it hurts. I have to wear something to cover them too. They're very sensitive. Okay, so your 80-pound cardstock. Okay, your 28-pound cardstock, okay, is very limp. Okay, grab a paper that has this print on it. Grab the paper that has this print on it. This is 80-pound cardstock. If you grab a paper that has this on it, okay, that has the journal lines on it, that is thin. Okay, here's another one that hold on, let me show you. This paper that has the journal lines on it, this is all 28-pound cardstock that has the journal lines. That's 28-pound cardstock. This is 80-pound. Feel the difference. Even with the thickness of your fingers, you can feel the difference in the paper weight. So this paper is 28-pound cardstock. This paper is 80 pounds. You can definitely feel the weight difference. So this is 2 different types of paper. So you know that this is 80 pound. So compare that paper to this paper. Does it feel like 80 pound or does it feel like the 28 pound? Because there is a big difference in the two. The thickness as well as the weight of the papers. Okay. All right. Is everybody done cutting? Everybody's ready to go. We can start folding our papers. Ready? Miss Victoria, are you ready? Okay. Okay, guys, everybody's good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to take our mini book. We're going to fold our papers because the back side is a solid print. We're going to fold those over so our book pages are on the outside. So our book pages are on the outside. We're going to go ahead and fold all of these over. And again, we're going to stick those in a pile. Okay, so now we have all of our book pages folded over. I'm going to take my bone folder. I'm going to run it across to make sure those creases are nice and tight. Good, Lori. How are you doing? So all those creases are nice and tight. Now we're going to take our shorts. Let me move these out of the way. We're going to take our shorts, the papers that we had to cut off white on both sides. Now we're going to take these papers, and now we can either, one of two things, you can either fold them in half, or look at the picture on the back, and I can say, okay, I want to see this, so I can fold it over short. But you have to make sure that when you grab your cover, make sure that your paper doesn't stick out past your cover. So this is still too wide, so you'd have to fold it over a little bit more in order for the paper not to be sticking out. So let me try it there. That'll be better. So I can go ahead and fold that over. I don't have to do it in half. So that way there, when I go to sew my signature in, that picture is seen, and this is a short piece on the other side. Okay? So you don't have to fold them all in half. As long as when you fold your papers over, as long as your papers are not longer or wider than your actual cover, okay? So as long as you stay within the cover, you will be fine and they won't stick out, okay? So fold them however you so see fit. And again, they don't all have to be in half. You can fold them however you like. This one I'm going to fold in half. That one I'm going to fold in half. And again, if my pages look a little bit different than yours, that is okay, because like I said, I couldn't find all the images that I had printed off originally. So yes, Rita, you can fold them however you want. So, like, I love the rabbit, so I want that picture of that rabbit to be shown on the page. So I folded it over just slightly so that it wasn't bigger than my cover. So when I sew my signatures, my signature will be sewn here so that I have this full page and then I have a short page. And I can use this as a pocket even. You know what I'm saying? Glue it to the page in front of it, and then I have a pocket. So you can fold it however you like. You don't have to fold them in half. They can be different sizes, as long as it's not bigger than your cover. Okay, so all of my shorts are folded now. So you see how I have different lengths? That is okay. You can have different lengths, y'all. That's the purpose of layering and having different lengths, because not everything is going to be uniform. So experiment a little bit. But like I said, as long as when you put your cover down, as long as your signatures don't go past the edge of your cover, you are absolutely fine. You can have that sticking out. You can have lace sticking out if you wanted to, but as long as your paper does not go past your edge of your book, you are absolutely fine. Excuse me. Okay, so there's my shorts. And then I have my 80-pound cardstock. Okay, again, some of my images may look different than yours because I couldn't find all the files that I used for what I sent you guys. Okay, that I do know that everybody got. So these, I'm going to go ahead and fold these in half. This is the 80-pound cardstock. You're going to fold these in half as well. And again, some of my sides may look differently only because I couldn't remember what all files I sent to you guys. I just remembered most of them, but I couldn't remember all of them. Or I couldn't find them after I short sides together. Nope, doesn't matter what side is folded in or out. Doesn't matter. You pick and choose how you want them folded. What you want on your middle, what do you want on the outside? Doesn't matter. Thank you. I put a good variety, good mixture in there. Okay, so again, I am going to take, I forgot to varnish these to make sure all my folds are nice and tight. So I'm going to push these down, make sure they are nice and flat. I'm going to do the same thing for these. All right, so there's my 80-pound cardstock. Now I am going to do my 28-pound cardstock. I'm going to fold that in half as well. Okay. Oops, make sure I don't get those mixed up. Yeah, it doesn't have to be in half. You can fold it however you so choose. Same thing with the 28-pound cardstock. You can fold it however you so see fit. As long as, like I said, as long as you're not going beyond your book cover. So if you made a fold and you've gone wider than your book cover, then you need to refold it differently so that you're not wider than your book cover. Okay? Down, had to get out. This was burning down, had to get out. Did you win? Yes, I did. I did. It was crazy. It was definitely a crazy battle. It was I was stressed out. Not gonna lie. I was stressed out, but we did win. It was like, what was it, 97K? It was insane. Girl, us too. It was crazy. It was absolutely insane. Yes, it was awesome. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, Sailor went into Sam's live because everybody was shopping at Sam's. A lot of people were shopping at Sam's. If Sam wouldn't have told them, if Sailor wouldn't went over there and Sam would have said, "Go help me out," I probably would have lost. I'll be honest with you. If it wasn't for Sam sending everybody over to my live to help with the battle, I probably would have lost, and that's the truth. Either that Lady Lori would have been broke ass broke and spent all of her birthday money to help me win the battle because there for a hot minute she was winning. She was winning. It was a little stressful. I'm not gonna lie. It was a little stressful. Yes, you and me both. Everybody come over just in time. Otherwise, I would have lost the battle last night. Even though we tried really, really hard. If it wouldn't have been for that, for everybody coming over and helping pitch in at the last minute. Like I said, either that or Miss Lori was going to be broke. And gee. But it was stressful, I'm not gonna lie. It was stressful. Harder to get ready for. I'll watch. No worries. Thank you, Patty. Why do I use different weights of paper? Because if you don't, you add too much bulk to the book, especially when you're trying to add ephemera. So I like to use 2 different weights so that I can add more ephemera. That's why I don't like using 80-pound cardstock for the whole entire book, because that means you don't have room for ephemera unless you add more signatures. I mean, but we're only doing 3 signatures, so there's no reason to use 80-pound cardstock for the whole entire thing, because I sent a shit ton of ephemera. And you can add ephemera to the 28-pound cardstock. All right. No worries. Everybody does it differently. I don't like an alligator book, a book that looks like it's going to throw up. Because I sent, hold on, I'll show you. If you were taking the class or not, this is the ephemera. So that is, that's a 1/2 inch thick of ephemera. So every single one of these papers, that is all ephemera. So there is this ton of stuff. There's envelopes, there's saying, there's cards, there's tags, there's cutouts, there's all kinds of stuff. So if you want to get this ephemera in the book, no worries, Miss Lori. If you want to get this ephemera in the book, you can't have the whole thing with, you can't have the whole thing in 80-pound cardstock. That's a lot. No worry, Miss Lori. All right, how many people we got? 15. Cool. We still got peeps. Okay, so there's my thinner paper. Let me varnish the rest of this to make sure that all my creases. All my creases are flat. Yeah, you can. Absolutely. You can use it all in one book. Absolutely, you can. That's why we use 2 different size cardstocks. That's why we don't use all 80-pound cardstock. We use both so that it leaves plenty of room. Yep, you can add vellum as well. Absolutely, and now would be the time to do that while we're folding all of our papers. Absolutely, you can add vellum. Again, like I said, now would be the time to do that while we're folding all of our papers. Vellum is a 28-pound or 24-pound weight, so you'll be able to add that, yes. All right, so all my papers are folded, and again, not all of them are folded exactly in half. I did fold some at different thicknesses. And then we have our 80-pound cardstock, and then we have our shorts. So when everybody has their piles, give me a thumbs up or say done or ready to move on, whatever. We have our book pages, 28-pound shorties, or 80-pound and shorties. Yes. The shorties is 80-pound. This is 80-pound. The book pages are 28-pound. This is 80-pound. This is 80-pound. 28, 28. How you doing, Miss Victoria? No worries. How are you doing, Miss Rita? Yay! Good job. Excuse me. Let me know when you're ready then, Miss Victoria. And then we'll start putting our packs together. They are a little delayed. That's okay. There is a little bit of a lag. It's okay. We're all gonna be finishing the same time. Samantha B is good. Like I said, it's all right, guys. And if it gets to be too long of a class for you, you can pause the live and you can come back and pick up where you left off when I'm finished. So If the class is too long, it's not a big deal. I stay until the last person is here, but I still finish the book so that when I'm done with my video, it all uploads to YouTube when we're done. Okay? So it's not that big of a deal, y'all. All right, so everybody's done. Everybody's good. Miss Victoria said she's good. Anybody else? Does anybody need any more time? If you do, say it now or we're going to move on. Okay, I'm assuming everybody's good to go. Okay, so what we're going to do is our shorts, our 28 pound and our 28 pound, and we have our 80 pound card stock for the main signatures. Okay, so out of this 80 pound card stock, I didn't know you could pause live. That's cool. Yes, absolutely. If you are on a computer, you can pause your live. All you have to do is hit the pause right in the middle or go back. If you miss something, if you're on the computer, you can go back in time and not be caught up. Or you can pause it and you can come back to it later, because it'll automatically be uploaded once we're done. So if you're off track and you need to go back a little bit, you can go back in the live while it's still being recorded. Okay, so you can always pause it and come back later if you need to get something done or you've had enough and you've been sitting too long. Feel free. You guys don't have to stay the entire time, but I do have to stay the entire time until the book is finished. So that way there, when it gets uploaded to YouTube, it's the complete and total product. Because YouTube's been flagging some of my videos after the fact. So when I go back and record it in multiple sessions, some of those other sessions they're not getting out to my profile, so people aren't able to find them. And I don't know. But so I got to complete the whole thing. So, because they're not going to block one whole entire video. They're only going to block the small short ones. All right. So everybody's good. Okay, so what we're going to do is, because we do have a pop-up element that we are going to be doing, okay, we are going to take one of these, all right, and we are going to do, it doesn't matter, you pick and choose what page you want to use for your pop-up. Okay, so I'm going to go through my papers and I am going to actually pick a solid color, like not something that has a design on it. I am actually going to pick, I don't know. Let me go look. Let me look through them. You don't want something with journal lines. You want something that has a good space in the middle. Let's see what we got here. And again, some of my papers, actually, no. Some of my papers are going to look a little different than yours because I could not find all of the artwork that I sent to you guys. So some of mine are different. Okay, so you know what? I am going to use, let me see. I know I have a red one here. There, I have the red one. So I am going to use my red squares. You could use whatever page you want. Red, pink, yes. So this is the one that I'm going to do as a pop-up. This has to be the center of a signature. Whatever paper that you want to use for your pop-up has to be a center signature paper. Okay, so this is going to be a center signature. So I'm going to stick that up here so that I know that is going to be my pop-up. Okay. All right, so again, you pick whatever page that you want to use. It does not have to be the same exact thing. All right. It does not have to be the same exact thing. And that scrap piece of paper that I have left over from my cover, I am going to use this for my pop-up. If you guys have the same, if you guys have a big piece of paper left over from when we cut the middle spine piece for the inside cover out, you can use that paper, that scrap paper. We could use this for our pop-up. If you don't have this and you threw it away, you can dig it out of the trash. If you don't have this big of a piece and you decided to go further in, use the scraps that are on the outside. It doesn't matter. Use the scraps. Okay, but I'm going to use this for my pop-up. So I'm going to set that here as well with, that is my page for my pop-up. All right. Okay. So I know that this has to be a center signature, and I am going to actually use this in my middle signature, in my second signature. So that's going to be signature number 2. I'm going to now separate my 80-pound cardstocks, my heavier cardstock, into 3 different piles so that I have enough for 3 signatures. So this is my middle signature for my second book, my second signature. That is my middle. So what middle do I want for my first one? I'm going to go with that. Now, which one do I want for my last book? I'm going to go with this. Okay, so I know that all of my bottom pages are my middle signatures, okay? These are going to be my middle signatures. So then I'm going to take the rest of this stack and I'm going to divide it up into 3 piles, okay? Doesn't matter the order because, again, we can change. We're going to change the order of them while we're going through it because we have to add in the other papers as well. And if you added papers, again, that's fine as long as your piles are equal, okay? All right, so there is my 3 piles of the 80-pound cardstock. Now I'm going to take my shorts, and I am also going to break these up into piles into these same piles so that I have enough in each one. And again, it does not matter. There's my 3 piles. I'm going to do the same thing for my 28-pound cardstock. I'm also going to break those up into the 3 piles. And again, I added a few extra pages, coffee stain papers to these. You're going to break it up into equal piles so that you have the same amount of pages for 80-pound and 28-pound cardstock. Your shorts are all going to be separated into 3 separate piles. That's all we're doing is breaking them up into 3 equal piles. So you have the same amount of papers in each stack. And then the same thing with your miniature book pages. You are going to separate those. Again, doesn't matter the order. And you don't have to do this part. If you want this to be a booklet, you can make it a booklet. But I'm using them as pages. So there is all 3 of my piles. That's okay. It is okay. You, Victoria, you can use it for your pop-up. If you don't want to use this, you can use it for your pop-up. It's okay. I left that as a choice. You can do whatever you want. You just want to make sure that you don't have 5 extra papers here and less papers here. You want to make sure that they're pretty even. So because I know that this pile here has my signature, that the middle page that I'm going to use as my pop-up, I'm going to take that extra paper and I'm going to stick that in here so that I know this is my middle, my second signature. I'm going to clip these together. Okay, so I'm going to clip these together so I know that these all go in one pile. And then I'm going to set these to the side. I'm going to take these because this will be my last signature. I'm going to go ahead and clip these together and I'm going to set these to the side. So if I have one heavy short for even number, should I make multiple signatures smaller because of pop-up? That's completely up to you, Samantha B. It's completely up to you. Yeah, that's fine. You can have one less paper as long as it's not like 3 or more papers short. You are absolutely fine. So you can put more in the front and more in the first signature and more in the back signature and leave the middle signature because of the pop-up a page or 2 shorter. That is absolutely fine. The pop-up is not like huge. We're gonna do a staircase with cards popping up out, like the deck of cards exploding is what we're gonna do. Okay. So this is my last signature. This is my middle signature. Again, I put those together so that I didn't get them confused. And I'm going to set these to the side. This is going to be my first signature. Okay. Now I am going to add a piece of vellum to this signature. Hold on. And again, you don't have to do this. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you don't. It's not a big deal. Yes. Yeah, if you're short a paper here or a paper in another pack, it's okay. Just as long as you're not like 4 short, 3 short, or 5 short, that they're kind of equally sectioned off so that you don't have a big, huge difference. If it's only 1 or 2 pages, you are absolutely fine. It's not going to hurt anything. If I want what if I want small books separate? Then don't add them. Then don't add them to your pages. Then don't put them in your signatures. I'm actually going to rip this in half. And I'm going to put a piece in this one and a piece in my last one. Yeah, if you want to use the small book pages as a separate booklet, by all means have at it. You don't have to add them to your signatures. You can make them a separate signature as a little booklet to put inside your as ephemera. That's fine. I'm using mine as book pages because, like I said, there's a shit ton of ephemera. You can do it however you want. You don't have to do it exactly like me. All right, so we got our first signature, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and break these out again. There's my 80 pound. Here is my 28 pound. and this is all my 80 pound. Okay, these are my shorts. Okay, so this is where you can pick and choose however you want to do your book. You don't have to go in the order that I'm going. This is how I like to do it. You do what works for you. I love layering. So I like to see different things on my pages. So, like, I will start with, for me, and again, there's no right or wrong way to do this. Some people are like very particular. Everything has to be even. Nothing can be torn. Nothing can be sticking out or look differently than the rest of it. I like mine to look different. So again, there's no right or wrong way of doing this. You do it how you want to do it. Put your signatures together. Nope, you're absolutely fine. So I'm going to start with a book page. And I'm going to open this up and I'm going to put a piece of vellum in here. And again, they do not, like, as long as, now when I have short papers like this, as long as I'm not taller or longer than my cover, I'm okay. So I don't have to add this in the middle. I don't have to add it at the top, add it here. I can add it wherever I want within this diameter and within this parameter. So you can have it however you want, as long as you're not too taller than your thing. So I am going to layer this. I'm going to pick another 80-pound cardstock. I'm going to put that in here. And I want to layer this with something else. So I'm going to take another page. Because again, I like to see layers of paper. I don't like it all the same. I like to see a little bit of everything. Okay, so then I like the way those three look. I want to add something else. So I'm going to add that here. Okay, I'm loving the way this is looking. So I can see all of the papers, but I can see a little bit of everything. It doesn't all have to be even and straight and correct. So what I want to do is I want to now finish adding some more papers. I like that better. Okay, so I get a little bit of everything, but I want to see some of this blue. So what I'm going to do is, because I want to see more of the blue sticking, I want to see the blue stick out, but I don't want to cover up my whole page. I'm actually going to tear this. Okay, so I'm going to get a ruler, or if you have one of these things to make textured tears, you can use that. Let me see where I'm at here. And I can go ahead and I can rip this off. I can put it in here. This is where you're creative. This is where the creative part comes in. So look how, you see how that's layered? So I have my book page, I have a piece of vellum, and again, I don't even have to leave that whole piece of vellum on there. If I wanted to, I can take this and I can even rip this a little bit. And then I got that scrap pieces of paper. I can throw those away or put them in the scrap pile. I'll put mine in the scrap pile. So see, now I have all of these layers so that I can see a display of everything. Okay, but that's how I like it. What do you need help with, my love? You can add the vellum. There is no right or wrong way to put these signatures together. This whole stack of papers that we have for our first signature, it's all going to go in here. So you layer it however you want. You put them in the order that you want to see them. Do you know what I mean, Miss Rita? You put them in the order that you want to see them. You don't have to do exactly as I do. This is where your creative thought comes in. Everybody creates art different. And again, there is no right or wrong way. This is the outside of my signature, and this is the inside. So you put them in the order that you want to see them, or how you want to see them, or how you want the book to be shown. Do you know what I'm saying? So there is no right or wrong way to do it. What do you need help with, Miss Rita? So I'm going to open up my center, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add another book page here. But I'm going to add mine all the way to the top. And I'm going to add another piece of paper. You're going too fast, and I have gotten completely lost. How are you adding? I'm adding it. Okay. All I'm doing is layering pages. They're folded in half already. So I'm just putting it right over top of the previous one. So if I were to add to the middle, I'm going to open it up so that my middle is open. And all I'm going to do is take my paper, the crease, and put it right into the middle. So then that is flat and opened. Same thing. I'm going to go ahead and add another one. This is my center. I'm going to take my shorty that I folded over with just a little thing. I'm going to open that up, put that in the center. So see, I have a long page here and a short page here. And the same, I'm going to open it up, put my paper there, open it up. There's my center. Another one. Put that in, open it up. There's my center. A short page. Oh, oops, wrong way. It would have to go this way. So make sure your book pages are upright. Does that make sense, Miss Rita? So once you stack your papers on the outside to look exactly the way that you want them. Yay! Welcome in, welcome in. But does that make sense, Miss Rita? All I'm doing is I have the middle open because that's a flip out. As I'm putting this in the middle, opening it up, and there's my center. Putting in my booklet, opening it up, putting my middle in, and opening it up. So there is my center of my signature. Okay. These are extra pages that, again, you don't have to add them all. But you can add whatever you want. As long as they're equally spaced. That, you know, you have equal amount of pages. Just like that. Okay. And there's my first signature. Okay, Miss Rita, are you still lost or are you okay? You're good? Okay, so once I get all my papers in that I want, okay, I am going to varnish the papers to make sure that they are as flat as they possibly can be. So I'm going to take my bone folder and I'm going to go ahead and squish them down to make sure that everything is nice and tight. Flip it over. Same thing. Okay. So there is my one signature. Okay. So I am going to go ahead and clip my signature so I know this is my first one. Okay, when everybody gets their first signature done, please let me know and I will show you how to sew it in. Excuse me. What about the ones for the pop-up? This is only the first signature. We're not doing the second and third one yet. The second signature is the one that'll have the pop-up. The first signature is just papers. That's it. The pop-up one is in our second signature. Excuse me. Lord have mercy. Is everybody good? Everybody got their first signature put together? Or no? Sorry, y'all. I had to finish my coffee. All right. Beautiful. Okay. Now we are going to grab our main signature. If you feel that they're too fat for you, Sailor, you can remove pages. If you feel that they are too fat for you, you can remove pages. It's not a big deal. I'll be honest with you, like I could care less. I mean, it's your book. I sent plenty of paper for you all, so your book should not feel thin whatsoever. I did send plenty of paper. Okay, so, anyway, we are going to need this. This is where we're going to sew our signatures into. And then we have our first signature. Okay. You are also going to need your awl. So grab your first signature, your middle section, and your awl. This is what we're going to need, as well as a needle. I like a short needle with a bigger head. And the point is not blunt. Or I should say it's blunt. It's not sharp. You're fine. So I have my needle, and then I have my thread. This is wax thread, okay? You're going to need 3 times the height of your signature. So you're going to go 1, 2, 3. And the reason why I do 3 times the height is to make sure that my thread is long enough that I can tie it off. Because if you accidentally cut it too short or you F up, your string is plenty big enough for you to be able to fix it. Okay? So I like to go 3 times the length of my signatures. So once everybody has your thread, your needle, your awl, your spine, and your first signature, let me know. Tell me that you're done so that I know we can move on to the next part. Okay? Oh, God, you are too funny. I love you, Sailor. Okay, Samantha B's ready. Sailor's ready. Michelle H is ready. Lisa's ready. let me turn this AC up a little bit. I'm starting to sweat my ass off now. All right, Lisa. How are you doing, Miss Victoria? How you doing, Miss Rita? If you guys need more time, let me know. Oh, I forgot. Miss Victoria said she wanted to decide on how she wanted her papers to be put in. No worries. No worries. How are you doing, Miss Rita? Are you okay? I just want to make sure. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so what we're going to do is we also need, I almost forgot, our guide for our signatures, for our holes. Okay. You're also going to need this. I almost forgot. Okay. There's our thread and my needle. I'm going to take my clip off. And again, we folded this in half. Okay. And no, I know that it's not as tall. And that is okay, guys. We know that it's not as tall. Okay. But we're going to, you can fold it in half again so you can see where your center is. If you're that worried about it, you can fold it in half again so you can see where the center of your signature thing is. Okay. So that you're putting it in the center of your pages. All right. You're going to open it up to the very middle. Okay, there's my middle. I'm going to put this in the center, and I'm going to make sure that there is enough. There's the same amount on the top as there is the bottom. So I'm going to put that in the middle. Okay, so there's the same amount of space here at the top as there is the bottom. And I am going to shove my fingers in there, okay, to make sure that all my pages are tight to one another. So that when you're looking at your edges, all your edges are nice and tight. Okay? So you want to make sure that all your centers are centered together nice and tight. All right? Same thing with the top and the bottom. They're nice and tight in the corners. This is the first signature. This is the first one. We didn't even put the second one together yet. We're only working on the first signature. Okay. Now that we have that nice and tight in there, you're going to take your awl. There are dots where you're going to push your awl, okay? There are dots on this page. What I like to do to make sure that I'm getting into the crease on the outside is I put my awl into that dot just a little bit to hold it, and then I push all my papers down on top of my fingers, and then I push the awl so that when I come out here, I'm coming out on my crease and not to the front or back of the signature, okay? That's what I like to do. You guys can do it however you like, but that's how I like to do it so that I'm not on top of my signature and the bottom of my signature. I'm right on the spine. Okay? So, what you can do so that you don't lose your space. Now, myself, I always have awls because I don't like removing my awls to punch holes. So I usually leave my awl in there, use my second awl and go to the second hole, but I know not all of you have awls, have multiple awls. So what you can do is I'm going to go ahead, pretend that I only have one, that I don't have the other two. I'm going to go ahead and thread my needle, and I'm only going to put a small tail here, okay? I am going to remove my awl. I'm just going to bend my papers over, remove the awl, so that way there, my papers aren't going to be loose. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put my needle in, okay, so that my needle is holding my pages together. I'm going to leave my needle in there. I'm going to open that up. Yes, I know that my paper is still here. That's okay because I can still pull it off the tail of the thread. Okay, I'm going to take my awl once again. Yes, the center hole. There's the outside, outside. There's the center. Outside, outside, center. Because remember, you folded it in half. And I'm going to take my awl. I'm going to go into this top hole. Again, I'm slightly going to push it in. I'm going to bend all of my papers over on top of my awl, and I'm going to push my awl through. So again, there's my needle, there's my awl that is in the spine of my papers, and it's not to the front of it, and it's not to the back of it, it is in the center. That's why I like bending my papers over. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove that awl. I'm going to remove the awl. I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to pull it through. I am going to leave my thread sticking out. Okay? What I am going to do is I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to put it in that hole at the top that I just created and push it in with my finger, and it's going to come out to the center. Don't pull the needle all the way through. Leave it sticking out because we need to be able to remove this paper. I'm going to take my awl. I'm going to go down to the bottom center. Again, I'm going to push it into that circle. I'm going to bend my papers all over so that I'm on top, and then I'm going to push my awl. Hold on. I'm at a bad angle. I'm going to push my awl through so that it comes down the bottom, okay? You see my awl sticking out here, my needle sticking halfway in here, my thread is coming out the middle. This is called a 3-hole pamphlet stitch. This is the easiest stitch to be able to do. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull my awl out. I'm going to open my signatures up. I'm going to pull this out, and I'm going to set that to the side. I'm going to fold my papers back up so that they're all still nice and tight. I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to pull it all the way through. So I have my tail here in the middle because I went in, and then I came out, up, and out through the middle. Now I'm going to take this needle and thread. I'm going to go into my bottom hole that I created. Okay, right here. I'm going to lay my needle flat, fold over my papers, and I'm going to very gently, so I don't puncture new holes, and I'm going to push it that it comes out my spine. Okay? Now, what I just realized we forgot to do is we forgot to sew it to this. We forgot to sew it to this. So, that's okay. We F up. We F up all the time, y'all. But we still have our holes, okay? So now I can pull this string out and pull my needle all the way out. and just keep pulling until my string comes all the way out. All right? It's okay. Don't panic. So we're going to go ahead and open our signature up. We're going to go into that middle hole, bend our papers over so that our needle comes out. We have 3 holes, 1, 2, and 3. Since we're coming out that middle hole, we need to go into the outside middle hole for our first signature. Okay? So I have my papers. There's my signature. I'm going to go into that first middle hole. Okay? I'm going to come out the back. I'm going to pull my needle through. I am going to leave a tail. I'm going to leave a tail. I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to go into that top first row because you can see I'm still in the same row, the same section. I'm going to go in that hole. I can actually fold this over because my string is loose. I'm coming out that first top hole. Okay? This is why I say 3 times the length. Excuse me. I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to start putting it in that. I'm going to fold this over. I'm going to go into that top hole. And I'm going to push that in so that I'm coming out my center. Okay. Again, I'm going to pull that through. Tighten it up a little bit. As long as you still have a tail in the middle, you need that tail in the middle. I'm going to come down to my bottom hole, bend my papers over. Oops, I missed that section. Hold on. Okay, there I go. Don't panic. I'm going to take that needle. I'm going to go into that first hole in that first row. Do you see all my threads? I'm going to go into that bottom hole. And I'm going to come out the back side here. I'm going to pull. Whoops. Okay, my thread came off. So I just have to rethread my needle. Oops, let me cut a little piece off. Let me rethread my needle. Don't panic, Miss Rita. Don't panic. I'm going to rethread my needle. And now you see how loose this is? I still got my tail, though. I am going to just pull it snug, pull down towards you. That is going to straighten that string out. Are you lost, Miss Rita, or are you okay? Do you want me to start over and show it again before I go any further? Because if I tie it off, I won't be able to go back. I'll have to cut it all out. So are you stuck or are you okay? No worries. Again, I don't mind pulling it out and starting over. I'm sorry, y'all. You just tell me what you guys need from me. Do you need me to be closer? Does the camera need to be closer? Now, you guys, even though this looks backwards, this is not backwards. This is our first signature here. Hold on, where's my pen? Where the hell's my pen? How did I lose my pen already? Oh, here it is. Okay, so this is actually our first signature. This is our second, and this is our third. Because if our pages weren't held flat, that's how our book would be. So this would be our first. That's okay, Michelle. I do the same thing. And sometimes you can get away with it. Sometimes you need to remove some. It's not a big deal. That's why it's good to do it this way so that if you need to remove stuff, you can. Is everybody okay in an okay position? Or do you want me to completely take it out and start over? You guys need to tell me. Okay, Miss Rita. Let me take it out and I'll start over. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we have our middle. Okay. On the back side, mark for yourself underneath your holes. Okay, mark under your hole, your first hole, your top, middle, and bottom. This back line is going to be signature 1. This is going to be 2, and that's going to be 3, so that you don't get confused. This will be line 1 for signature 1. All of this will be line 1. Okay, that's signature 1. All of this is signature 2. All of this is signature, signature 3. So you could even go 1, 2, and 3 down here in the bottom as well. Okay, so that it makes, she is a little thick. Okay, so that you know, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That'll be the easiest way to do it so that you can see everything. So when we do a simple 3-hole pamphlet stitch, let me make sure all my papers are tight. I'm going to go to my center. I have my hole guide, okay? I went into that, you go into that first, just slightly put your needle into that hole. If you are missing pages and she's stuck, don't force it. If you have to go page by page, go into that page. Go individually if you have to. If you're getting stuck somewhere, back it out so that you can see where your holes are. Because if you try forcing a hole, what's going to happen is you're going to make your hole bigger, and just go page by page and grab your holes. Because if you force it, your holes are going to be bigger and it's only going to tear. You don't want it to tear. So go page by page. I can see the tip of my needle. Find that next hole. Find the next hole. And the next hole till I come out my spine. Okay? All right, so you see how I got my needle through the middle. Are you good there? Is everybody good at this section? And again, if you have to go page by page, do it page by page. Okay. Miss Rita, are you good? Miss Lisa got it. When you're pushing your needle through, you should never be forcing it. Because if you're forcing it, that means that you didn't find the hole. So you need to back out and just take it page by page if you have to. It will start lining up. Your holes will start lining up once you get the thread through. Miss Rita, are you good? Some of my holes are not equally lining up, but I think I can figure this out without too much stress. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Ooh, my throat's getting dry. Okay, Rita, do you want me to move forward or do you want me to wait for you? Because I'm happy to wait for you. What's the matter, sailor? I said that earlier. I said, thank God I didn't tie it off. That's why you don't jump ahead, sailor. Okay. Now that we have our needle through, we need to go into this hole here. So this is our first signature. We flip it over. Okay, and again, 1, 2, 3. We flip it over. This is 1, 2, and 3. So we need to go into that center outside hole. Okay, because that is our first signature. So I will slide it under. I will put it through that center hole and come out. See, there's my line 1, and it's coming out that middle hole. Okay. I can now pull that through. But when you're pulling it, make sure that you're leaving a tail. So that way there you don't accidentally pull it all the way through. We got a tail. Okay. But when we came out that center hole on line 1. Then we're going to take our needle. We're going to go into that top hole on line 1. We're going to go into the top hole. Before putting it through the papers, we are just going to put it through this first. So we're going to pull this so that this is a little taunt here in the back, but not overly. Fold that over. We know that that is our first line. I'm going to take my needle. I'm going to find that top hole that we originally punctured. I'm going to put it in here very gently. And if you use your fingertip, if you're squeezing your pages together and you're pushing it in, if you're getting a lot of resistance, that means that you're missing papers. But if it goes through smoothly, guess what happens? It came out my middle. Okay, so I can take this off now because I no longer need this. I can bring this out and pull it all the way through. Again, if you are getting resistance, that means that you're not catching your papers. That means that you're not quite exactly in the hole correctly. Okay, so when you guys get it through to your top hole, let me know so that I know that we can move on. So there's my middle and there's my top. Okay. So when you guys get your thing through and all of this is good, let me know so we can move on to the bottom hole. Again, this is my tail in the middle, and then my needle is attached to the string in the top hole. Okay, Miss Lisa, you got it? How are you doing, Miss Rita? Everybody else okay? Everybody good? Okay. So we're going to take our needle. We're going to go into that bottom hole. And again, if you have to go page by page, go page by page. If you're so that you're lining it up, because you don't want to force it, because if you force it, you're going to make your hole too big. So I'm going to go through all of my papers, and my needle's coming out. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull this through. Oops. Okay, here's my top thread, my middle thread, my bottom thread. I need to go into that first hole on the bottom. So I'm going to go into that first hole, flip it over, and there, I'm still in my first lane. I'm going to pull that through. Let me know when you guys get that far. I'm going to pull my string down, okay, towards me so that this gets tight and the middle is tight. If you're overly loose, just pull it a little bit more. Pull it down towards you. Make sure that you still have a long enough tail if you're pulling the thread, that you have a long enough tail to be able to tie it in the middle, okay? Oops. Yay! Okay, so once you get it through that bottom hole, you're going to go back into the center hole, but you want to make sure that you're not catching the thread that's already going through that hole. So you're going to lift this up a little bit. You're going to put your needle through, okay, making sure you're not catching that hole, or you make sure you're not catching the thread that you already put through. Pull this through, because if you catch this thread, guess what? You're not going to be able to tighten it, okay? Let me make my tail a little bit shorter. And then again, I'm going to do the same thing through my papers, making sure that I don't catch that thread. So I'm going to push it to the side, put this in the center hole. And again, if it doesn't go in smoothly, that means you are missing papers. So I'm going to take mine. I'm going to keep going through page by page until I'm coming out the middle, okay? I'm going to pull up. See, I punctured See how I punctured my needle through my thread? So what would happen is, because I punctured my thread, if I tried to sew that, I won't be able to tighten it up. So I need to back my needle up, get that thread off the needle, okay, and then pull it out. And then take my needle off, and I'm going to put this in a safe space. It does not always go through smoothly. So I have my tails. Before I tighten this up, I want to make sure that one of my tails is on the other side of this string, because the string, there's nothing on the other side. So I want to spread the tails so that my string is in the middle, and I'm going to pull them in opposite directions. I'm going to take this tail, pull it towards the top, this tail towards the bottom, and you're going to pull it nice and snug until that string, if this string is too loose, you may have caught your thread somewhere. Okay, now it's nice and taut. I'm going to go to the back. Make sure that these are tight, and they are not. So look, I backed it out a little bit. Guess what I did? I caught my string. So it's only caught by one little thread. So what I need to do is I'm going to go ahead and clip just that tiny little thread that I caught. There we go. Up a little bit more. There we go. Now I'm separated. Now I'm separated. So now I can tighten it. If it's through the middle of it, you're going to have to pull it out and start over. Now I can go ahead. You see, there's only that little tiny piece of thread. It's okay. It's not going to break. I'm going to pull it nice and taut so that this is tight. These backs are tight. And now what I can do is I can go ahead and tighten that. Don't pull this way because you're going to rip a hole in the center of your pages. Up and down. I'm going to go ahead and tie this in a knot once. Up and down. Tie it in a knot again. Up and down. And there's my knot. Now I can go ahead and clip these or leave them. That's up to you. I'll clip mine. And there is my first signature. Okay? That is my first signature. Okay, there's my 2 holes, 2 holes, 2 holes. And there's my first signature. Everybody good? Everybody in the same space? Let me know when your guys are ready to move on to the second signature. That's okay, Miss Lisa. If you have to, go page by page and see where your needle's at. And just take one page at a time. Make sure you're seeing your needle going through each page. Because it happens. It happens to me sometimes where I have to back it out and go through again to make sure that I'm getting through each and every single page. And that I'm not coming above or below it, that I could actually see my needle coming through on the next page. That happens. So like I said, it happens to me all the time too. Even though I've been doing this for a while, it still happens. I still try to push it through. Good job, Miss Rita. It does. It happens to me all the time. I guess, you know, you have to slow down. So I'm going to go ahead and varnish these pages while we're waiting to make sure they're all nice and tight and flat. If you look, it might be in front of or behind the page. When you're putting it through, you might be on top or underneath the page. Instead of going through the hole, you may be below the page. So you may have to go backwards in the back side of it and keep going until you see your needle back here, because that happens to me as well. It may not always be from the front. It may be coming in from the back. What about the vellum? I got vellum. See? It's attached. Did you get it, Miss Lisa? I just want to make sure before. How what? How did I put the vellum in? I just folded it over just like I did a regular page. I just folded it over like I did a regular page. You can see my no worries. I folded it over just like I did a regular page. See, one side's in the back and one side's in the front. I just tore mine in half, or I cut mine in half and then I tore an edge. You can use it in another signature, but this is only one signature. You got 2 more signatures. Or if you wanted to, you can cut your signature apart and put it in where you wanted to and go from there. Yep, that's exactly right. It's not always going to be perfect, especially when you're learning how to do this. It's not always going to be perfect. And if you're looking for perfection, then you are not in the right class. Because I F up all the time. I call them happy mistakes because they all end up working out. It's okay. Okay, so if your inside isn't tight, but your outside is, that means that you went through your string somewhere. So what you need to do is loosen up your thread a little bit until you can see your thread between this part and the front of your signature, and look to see where you may have gone through your string. Because if you've gone through your string, now is the time to fix it. So it has to be somewhere here in the middle is where you could have went through your string. So pull that out a little bit so that your needle, do you know what I'm saying? Because you probably went through your string like I did. So pull on your middle a little bit to your strings come forward to see where it is that you caught your middle string. That is because this is the only place that we cross our strings is right here. Our threads is right here in the middle. So this is probably where your needle pierced through your your thread. So it has to be here in the middle is where you got hung up. So if you have to, play with your strings. Pull it up, pull this side up, make this loose, whatever, just so you can pull your string and to see where you may have gotten caught with your needle on your thread. That tells me that you got caught in your thread. Perfect. Woo-woo. Because this is the only place that if it doesn't tighten, this is the only place you could have pierced your thread is in the middle. You just tie, okay, so to tighten it up, you take your one tail, you pull it up top, the other tail, pull it towards you, tighten it up, make one knot. Again, when you go to tighten that knot, you're going to pull top and bottom. Once you get that nice and tight, tie it one more time, double knot, and pull it up and down. So that way there, your tails, you're pulling in the opposite directions. That'll make your knot nice and tight. And if you feel uncomfortable about the knot slipping, even though this is wax thread, I have not had a knot slip. But if you would feel more comfortable, take your glue and put a very small dab of glue. You don't need a whole lot, y'all. Take a very small dab of glue, put it on your finger. Okay, just a small dab of glue. And then take that glue and touch it to your knot. Okay. I still have glue on my finger. I'm going to press down on that knot and keep tapping that knot to make sure I got that glue worked in. But I don't want so much glue that my pages are sticking together. So again, I'm going to touch that glue to that knot. I still got glue on my finger. I'm going to take my other finger and I'm going to rub that into the knot. And there we go. So then I still have glue on my finger, so I didn't have to use a whole lot. Okay, if you're worried about your knot slipping, that's all you got to do. Good? All right. Yay! Congratulations! Woo-woo! Heck yeah, girl! Get it, get it, get it, get it. Yay! How you doing, Miss Rita? Yep, 2 more times, y'all. 2 more times. But everybody's good. Everybody's caught up. They all got their first signature in. Yes, you got to do it 2 more times. The more you do it, the more comfortable you get with it. I promise you. The more you do it, the more comfortable you get. Yay! All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to sit this to the side. We are going to do our second signature, y'all. Okay, our second signature. Yeah, absolutely. She took her first workshop back in November of last year. It does get easier, I promise you. All right. So we are going to do our second signature. Again, this is my middle signature. This is what I'm going to be doing my pop-up on. But we cannot do the pop-up until it is sewn into the journal, okay? Because otherwise you're not going to be able to sew in your signature, all right? This is my scrap piece of paper that I'm going to use for part of my pop-up. But this has to be my middle signature, the middle of my signature. So, also, in our middle signature, you are going to find a piece of paper that is 80-pound cardstock. It doesn't matter if it's a short or if it's a big piece of paper. We need one of these for our pockets, for our front and back cover. So find an 80-pound cardstock paper out of this stack of paper that you want to add to the front as pockets, okay? So I am going to use... I'm going to use this as my front and back pocket. So I'm going to pull this one out of my stack of papers. Okay, and I'm going to use this as my front pocket and this as my back pocket. I know you guys don't have this paper, so don't judge. Again, I have some different papers than you guys because I couldn't remember what all papers I included in your packet. But this is what I'm going to use. So pick something that's 80-pound cardstock to use as your front and back pocket. You only need one sheet. One sheet. 80 pounds. Okay? That is going to be your front and back pocket. Stick that to the side. Stick it to the side. We got this, girl. We got this. I promise you. Okay. So again, this is the center of my signature. So I know that this is the center. I'm going to set this up here. I'm going to work from the cover to the inside. Again, like we did on the first one. So I want to start with, let's see. Again, I like layering. So I am going to layer. Use that as my cover of the second signature. I'm going to open this up. I'm going to put in my next page. Open that up. Go to my next page. Open that up. Again, making sure that all of my stuff is facing the proper direction. Open that up. Open that up. I'm going to take one of my, I'm going to actually use this one for the outside here at the bottom. And then I'm going to take another one. Again, you guys do this however you want. It does not have to match mine. But I like to layer. Open mine back up in the middle. Judgment call. We got this, ladies. We got this. I'm going to actually add 2 book pages here. Okay, and then I have my middle, and there's the center. Again, I'm going to line those up. And like I said, you do not have to use every single page. I left a couple of pages out. Again, based off of the thickness, yes, of my first signature. Okay, if I look at, hold on, let me lift you guys up so you can see what I'm talking about. So do you see this, the thickness between the two? So you just want to make sure that you're not do you see what I'm saying? So you can feel it. It's because of how I folded these papers differently than I folded these. This feels a little bit thicker than this. But I folded a lot of my pages, I folded differently. I folded it over 3 times. So that is going to add more thickness. Hold on, I'll show you. Like these, I folded this over 3 times. So that is, these pages I added more thickness because I folded them over 3 times and just 2. So I have a pull out. Okay. But this is my middle signature. Oops, I don't. That's okay. I was just gonna say, I'm gonna add a piece of vellum to my middle one as well. But I'm gonna do that on the cover part of it. So I'm gonna fold that in half. And then I'm gonna take my tear and I'm gonna go ahead and tear my vellum. I'm going to open up my vellum. And I'm going to put that over top. Okay, same thing. We are going to take our... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going too fast. Let me know when you guys get your second signature together. Excuse me. Lord have mercy. Do I have any gum up here? Dang it. Oh, wait. Do I have any gum in my bag? Miss Sealer's done. Good job, guys. Good job. Rita, we can't do the pop-up until this is sewn in. If you want to move ahead, Sailor, you can move ahead. Sorry, guys. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus. We cannot do the pop-up for this section until we get this signature sewn in. Because if we try to sew it in after we do the pop-up is going to be in the way. I still have mine. Mine's in the middle. Excuse me. This is the page that I am using for my pop-up. That is right in the middle. Everybody's good? Samantha B is good. Is everybody else ready to move on? Does everybody have their second signature put together? I know Samantha B does. What about everybody else? Okay. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Again, we're going to take our strip. Miss Donna, good. We're going to take our strip. Again, we're going to put that in the middle. We're going to make sure creases are nice and tight. We're going to put our blue paper in the middle. We're going to have an equal amount of space at the top and the bottom. Again, we're going to fold this over to make sure that, again, all corners are tight. Are nice and tight. Okay. And again, we have an equal amount of space here that we do here. I'm going to take my awl. I'm going to lay it down. I'm going to push it into that. I'm going to bend all of my papers towards me, and I'm going to push that awl so that it comes out the spine. So my awl is coming into the crease of my paper, okay? It's not in front of, it's not behind, it is actually right on that crease. Okay. All right. So now that my awl is through, I'm going to get my thread. And again, I'm going to go 3 times the size. 1, 2, and 3. Cut my thread. Again, I'm going to get my needle. I'm going to thread my needle. Okay. I am going to remove my awl, back it out, holding my papers tight. I'm going to take my needle and I'm going to put my needle through that hole. And I'm going to leave my needle sticking halfway out and halfway on the inside of my book. I'm going to take that awl, I'm going to go down to that bottom hole, again, slightly pushing in, folding my papers over in half, pushing it through so that my awl then is coming out the center of my crease. Okay? Okay. So while I have the awl in the bottom, my needle in the middle, I'm going to grab my signature. I'm going to flip this over so that I got the back part, but I can see my second row of holes and then my third row of holes. This is going to go into the second row of holes. So there's my needle. I am going to lift this up. Hold on. Let me get a hold of it. I'm going to lift this up. I've got my needle. I'm going to guide it towards that hole. And there, I have it coming out my middle second row. See it coming out of the middle second row. All right. So I'm going to take that needle. I'm going to start pulling it through. And there we have it. Okay. My needle, you can either go into the bottom or into the top. It does not matter. I am going to push it through that bottom hole. Oops. I'm going to push it into the bottom hole. I'm going to see it come out this side. Again, I'm in the middle. There's my thread in the middle. Okay, there's my thread in the middle. Here's my signature. Here's my needle. I'm going to pull it through. See that string start to move? Now to go ahead into the middle of my signatures through that bottom hole. My awl is still there, so I need to remove my awl. My paper's over, and again, I'm going to slowly guide it into that bottom hole. Open it up, and look, there is my needle. And again, make sure before you sew anything, these are all facing the right direction, because you can sew your signatures in upside down. My words are reading right here. They're reading right here. So I know that I'm going in the right direction. Okay. So I'm going to open that up. I'm going to pull my needle through. Come on. There we go. Tighten that up. I'm pulling it enough so that I see my string move. Okay, there's my needle. Everybody good so far? Everybody good so far? So we went in through the middle, out through the bottom. Now I'm going to go into the hole up at the top. So I'm going to take my needle, find that top hole. Where's the top hole? Where's the top hole? Oh, I didn't do it yet. Ha! That's why I didn't do it yet. I'm like, why am I not finding the top hole? Because I didn't put it through. So I need to line this paper back up with my holes, for the love of baby Jesus. Okay, I need to take my awl, put it in that middle hole. Again, find that crease. I'm actually going to fold my papers this way. Hold on. Got my hole lined up, my holes lined up, my awl through that bottom hole. Okay, I'm going to fold my papers over towards me, and I'm going to push. There's my hole, my awl. Now I could take the thread off, or take this off. I'm going to take my needle, put it in that hole, fold it over, and there's my needle. And again, we are doing the middle section. So nothing is in that row there. It's all in the middle. So I'm going to take that needle, pull it through. And I'm going to go into that middle top hole. Okay. Middle top hole, number 2. I'm going to pull that, pull my signatures in. I'm going to then go into the middle again, trying not to get my thread caught. So I'm going to pull that to the side. There we go. Came through that hole. Pull that a little tight. Let's grab my tail. There it is. Again, go into that middle hole, pulling my string to the side so I don't get it caught. Okay, I need to back up a little bit because I missed some of my papers. And I can feel that because I'm getting resistance. Okay, there it is. Okay. So now I can pull this through. Okay, make making sure I didn't collect. Oh, see that? I was able to pull that tight, so I know that I did not get my other string. I can take off my needle, put that in a safe space. I got to make sure that I don't have a tail on the other side, so I need to put a tail on the other side. So I'm going to pull that up, make sure I have a tail on both sides of this middle, okay? I'm going to take one string, pull up the other one down, nice and tight here. Go to my back. This is nice and tight, nice and tight. That means I did not catch my string. Again, pull nice and snug. Tie it once. Pull up and down. Tie it again. Up and down. Nice and tight. I can go ahead and cut my string. And again, if you're worried about the knot slipping, take a tiny little bit of glue on your finger. Dab, 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 rub. Dab, 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 rub. And there you go. Just enough so that you don't want to over glue the knots, because otherwise your papers will stick together. I still have glue on my finger. So there's our second signature. So for the second signature for our pop-up, okay, I have my scrap piece of paper, okay, that I am going to use for my pop-up. Now, out of the ephemera, y'all, out of your big pack of ephemera, there were these cards that were double-sided with the red, okay? Double-sided with the red on the back. This is what we're going to need. We may not use all of them, but we have them, okay? You can use them as things somewhere else in the as little tags or whatever throughout your book. But we are going to need these. I did not cut mine out ahead of time, and that is okay. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and do our pop-up now before we move on to our third signature, so I don't forget to do this, and then I end my live because I'm getting tired. So I'm going to do it now. That way there, I don't forget, and then I get tired and I just want to get off here. Okay, so we have our, what did I just do with the scrap paper? I just had it. I just had that scrap paper in my hand. Where the hell did I put it? For the love of baby Jesus, what'd I do with it? Oh, there it is. Duh. Okay. Okay, so for our pop-up, I have this scrap piece of paper, okay? I want to cut this paper. This is the 11.5-inch length, okay? I want to cut this a 1/2-inch strips, okay? I'm on a 1/2-inch strip. I'm going to cut a 1/2 inch. Half-inch. Half-inch. Above what? Above what, Miss Rita? This is the scrap piece of paper that we had from when we did our covers. You're just going to cut 1/2-inch strips on the longest side of that scrap piece. Okay, so I have all my, I have these 1/2-inch strips. Yes, 1/2-inch, yes. 1/2 inch. So let me know, how many cards will we need? We don't know until we start creating the stairs. We have to build the stairs first before we know how many cards we're going to need. So let me know when you guys have all your 1/2-inch strips done. And you'll see why, Donna, as we start putting the cards on, because we probably won't need all of them. I guarantee we're not going to need all of them. But some people will like it fuller than others, so we don't know how many we're going to use until we start doing it. And that's the truth. Everybody likes it different, likes it to look different. But let me know when you guys have all your 1/2-inch strips cut. And it doesn't matter. Like I said, I used my longest length of my paper when I cut my strips. Ugh. How many of you are still hanging on? So I was like, I need to get this done now. We still got 9 people. We still got people hanging on. We still got people hanging on. Barely, barely. We're getting there, girl. That's why I'm starting to get tired myself. That's why I said let's do the pop-up now, because in case I want to quit, I'd rather get the pop-up over and done with in the first video. Because I'm starting to get tired myself. We've been on here 5.5 hours now. So I'd rather do the pop-up, get it over and get it done with. Otherwise, I'll forget to come back to it. That's okay. We're still here, Miss Victoria. All right, cool. Everybody else good? We got our 1/2-inch strips. Did you get what? I did not, Miss Victoria. It's okay. I may or may not have to take a small nap. I know, right? Oh, girl. All right. So we got our 1/2-inch strips. All right. So what we are going to do with our 1/2-inch strips is we are going to build what we call a staircase. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my 1/2-inch strips. I'm going to fold them in half. Again, these are the 11.5 or 11 inches long. And I'm going to cut them in half. Cut them in half. Fold it in half. Wrong sides together. And I'm going to cut that in half. I'll be back for cricket. Fold it in half. Cut it in half. Fold it in half. Cut it in half. Is in section 3. Need to I resew? Yes. Absolutely, Miss Donna. If you are in the wrong hole, then yes. That's why I had you guys mark them so you made sure you were going in the right holes. But yes, ma'am, unfortunately, you will have to cut it out and start over with that signature before you can move on with anything else, because your signature has to be sewed in before you can put the staircase in. So if you want to do that and then come back and watch the staircase part of it later, you can. But while we're doing this, you can fix your signature. But you can't do this step without having your signature sewn in correctly. Okay, now we have all those cut in half. And they're all the same length. Now we're going to take our strips again. We're going to fold them in half again. We are not going to cut them, though. We are going to fold them in half, okay? You're going to take your thumb. You are going to measure how long your thumbnail is, and you're going to fold it over again, okay, so that you're going to have an L. You're going to open it up. You're going to make it bend like an M, okay? You're going to make it bend like an M. You want to use about the length of your thumbnail for your M when you fold it over. So I'll show you again. You're going to take your paper, you're going to fold it over in half, make sure the ends are even, and then I'm going to lay it up against my thumb. I'm going to take it and fold it over to the bed of my thumbnail. I'm going to crease it. I got like an L. I'm going to open it up, and I'm going to bend it the opposite way. So then I got my M. Okay. Everybody got that? take another strip, bend it in half, again, making sure my bottoms line up. Put it against my thumb, bend it over it again, open it up, and fold it like an M. Fold this over in half. You tell her, Victoria, she can handle that crap. Put it against your thumb, bend it over. Open it up, make an M. Yes, every single one of them. It's whatever you had in your scraps. That scrap piece that we used for our front cover. So I just cut them all in 1/2 inch strips. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, because I cut them in 1/2 inch strips, and then I folded them in half and cut them in half. So these are 1/2 inch wide by roughly 5.5 inches. So they're 1/2 inch thick, 5.5 inches wide. Or long, sorry. Then I push it up against my thumb, bend it over as long as my thumbnail. Then I open it up and I make it an M. Okay, this is my last one. All right. Woo woo! Now we're going to take our glue. Once you get them all folded, you are going to put a small dab of glue here on the bottom of the strip, across like that. And you are going to glue the ends together. You just need a very small amount of glue so that you're creating a closed M at the bottom. Okay? And you're going to glue all the bottoms together. Again, just a small line of glue, just like that. You don't need a whole lot. And then you're going to go ahead and glue the ends together to close it off. Again, you're going to do all of them. It is kind of like a quickie. You're talking about Sailor. Never mind. Never mind. I like, what the hell is Miss Victoria talking about? And I saw Sailor's comment. Never mind. Now I know what she meant. Oh, baby Jesus. I thought you meant this project. Oops. Girl, I know. I know. That's I've had to stand up a couple times too. The chair that I'm sitting on is almost 2 years old, and I love this chair, but the cushion on the booty part, yeah, girl. I definitely need a new cushion, or I wish the padding on this chair was thicker. And I said that probably about 6 or 7 months into this chair. I felt like it should have had just a little bit more cushion and it would have been fine to last as long as it has. Because I do spend a lot of time up here. But I love this chair because I can sit in it crisscross, no problem. It's wide enough so that I have plenty of room. Two more, two more. And it has no arms on it, which is even better. What, show you this? I'm just closing the M. We're only gluing the bottom. So we have our M. I'm only putting a very small little bit of glue right here on the end. Okay. And then I'm just pinching it shut so that this is open, but the bottom is closed. All right, so that was my last one. Okay, everybody got that part? Everybody got that part? So there's all my closed M's. Okay, what I'm going to do... All right, cool. So I have little clippies. I'm going to grab a couple of my little clippies, the little ones. I don't need the big ones. I need the little ones. Here's more. Okay, you could use a paper clip. You can use a binder clip, whatever. I have these little craft clips. I'm going to use those. I'm going to use 3 of them to make sure that they're all lining up. Okay, so I got my M, 1/2-inch strip. I'm going to take my first strip, okay? So from where this bend is, the bottom of the M, okay? The bottom of the M, I am going to take my glue only on one side of this. I'm going to put a small bead of glue from my bottom of my M, okay, the bottom of my M, I'm going to take my next strip. I'm going to glue it on top, making sure that my ends are even. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and clip this because it only goes over halfway. I'm going to clip this to make sure that it doesn't move. Give that a second for my glue to set in. Okay. Everybody got that? Once you give the glue time enough to set up, you can then go on and move and take these off and move to the next one. Okay, I'm going to give this a second because, like I said, I'm using 3-in-1. Okay. So this part is open, this part is open, but this section is glued together. Do you see what I'm saying? So you're only overlapping halfway. So that way there, when you open it up, you got 2 M's glued together, but you're only halfway over that bottom one. Here's the top view. See how it looks like a pair of stairs? Okay. So now I'm going to take my glue, the top one, again from the bottom of the M, down, I'm going to run a strip of glue. I'm going to take my next M, lay it halfway over the previous one. Again, making sure my bottoms are even. And I'm going to go ahead and clip that. And clip it here towards the top. I'm going to let the glue sit until I know that the glue is good and dry. Not like, it's not going to be completely dry, but dry enough so that it's not, you're not, when you pull them off, it's not going to detach themselves. Okay. So here's our bottom one, our second one, and this is our top one. Okay, now that I know my glue is good and stuck, I can go ahead and remove this, get the excess glue off. And now when I open this up, I got 3 M's glued together. Okay, there's 1 M, there's the second, there's the third. Okay. Again, it doesn't matter if the tops are even or not. The bottom is what's important. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my next one. Again, from the bottom of the M down to the bottom. I'm going to take my next strip halfway over. Again, making sure that my bottoms match up. Clamp it. Clamp it. Wipe the excess glue off. Give it a second. If you have too much glue on it, they're going to get stuck together. So that M opens up. That M opens up. Once I detach that, that will open up. That M opens up. That M opens up. That M opens up. So you see how they all open up. Got a little too much glue here. A little too much glue there. Get rid of those little glue boogies. There we go. So these all open. Glue boogie. Okay. Again, from the bottom of that M down to the end. Got a little carried away there. Take my next strip, again, halfway over, making sure my bottoms line up. I'm going to clip it and clip it till I know the glue has stuck. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 so far. I'm going to get rid of all that extra glue in the previous ones. Okay. Make sure I didn't glue them together. And I see that I got a little too much glue, so I'm going to get rid of that excess. And then again, from the bottom of that M, down the side, take another M halfway over. I'm going to clamp it and clamp it. Now, if you wanted to, you could flip it over. Now that I got a few of them built, I can flip it over, do the other side. From the bottom of the M down. Take another one, lay it halfway over. Clamp it. Clamp it. Flip it back over. Now I can work on the other side while the other side is drying, making sure I didn't get too much glue. Oops, too much glue on the inside. And then I can go ahead from the bottom of that M down, halfway over, making sure my bottoms match. Clamp it. Clamp it. Go to the other side. Make sure I didn't add too much. Go from the bottom of that M down the side, halfway over, clamp the bottom, clamp the middle, flip it over. Now I can work on the other side, making sure that that opens. Okay. From the bottom of the M down, halfway over, matching the bottoms. Make sure my bottoms are straight. Clamp it. Clamp it. My fingers are full of glue. Making sure I don't got too much. Again, from the bottom of the M down. clamp it. Clamp it. Bottom of the M. Down. Halfway over. I'm going to clamp it. I'm going to clamp it. Now, I'm going to stop here. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 of them right now, glued together. I'm going to set these to the side for right now. Once this completely dries, I'm going to put that in the center of my book here. Okay, once this dries, because I don't want it to pull apart, I want to make sure that when I put this in my book, it's not too long so that my stuff comes popping out of the book. Okay, so right now, like I said, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so I'm going to wait until this is dry. I'm going to stay with 12 because these are bigger cards. These are bigger cards. So I want to make sure that it doesn't throw up out the top of my book or the sides of my book or the bottom of my book. So I'm going to stop at 12 because I'm going to put it in the center. Okay, and I'll show you that here in a minute with my cards. So I know that I'm not going to be able to use all of these cards. So I want to pick out, okay, so we have 12, but we have two sides. So 1, 2, so say 24 cards. 24 cards. Pick 24 cards out of these cards. Pick 24. For now, pick 24 and go ahead and cut those out, zhuzh them up, whatever. They have front and back, so go ahead and cut 24 of them out. I'm going to start cutting mine now while this is drying. If we need more than 24, we can cut more as we need to add them. Okay, there's one. Everybody still hanging in there? Whoop whoop! Samantha B's still in the house. Michelle Harold's still in the house. Woo woo! Once we get this done, that third signature will go really fast, y'all. Up, Lori's still here too. Woo woo! All right, diamonds. Let's see. We have... Let's see. We need a 7 and an 8. I'm just excited to be crafting again and my shoulder not wanting to fall off. Oh, well, that's good. I'm so glad. And a 3. Okay, did you get your signature fixed? Did you get your signature fixed so that it's not going to give you a hard time? Okay, so 4, 8, 12, 16. $17. Yes, 24. 24 altogether. We may need more, but let's start with the 24. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Three, 6, 6. Okay, 6. Okay, I have 4. I need 2 more. Let's go with the Jack. Okay, one more. One more. Okay. Yay! All right, let me get the garbage out of here. Put the other stuff to the side. Okay. Whoop, whoop. All right. Okay, y'all. Woo, girl. All right, now we can take these off. Get all the excess glue off. Okay, all the excess glue off. All right, there's our cards. We got 24 cards. All right, here we go. Okay, so we have our center of our signature. What we need to do is this edge, okay, the flat edge, we are going to go ahead and glue the entire thing. Don't over glue, y'all. You don't need a shit ton. I'm going to rub my finger over it, smear it around. I'm going to take that. I'm going to flip it over. I have my middle. I am going to go ahead and put that line from the edge, and I'm going to go ahead and hold that down so that I'm not on my string. I'm just right before it. Hold on, I'll show you guys. So I am my flat part. I glued that top one down to this page, and I'm going to hold it there until it sticks so that my glue is set. Okay? Just going to give it a minute. Again, I'm in the middle. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and glue the top of this bottom one, okay? Again, you don't need a ton of glue because you don't want it to take forever to dry, but you want it to make sure that it sticks. Okay, all the way from top to bottom. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to close my signature. Close my signature. And I'm going to hold it closed. Hold it closed. Hold it closed. I'm going to pinch it together. Pinch it together. Hold it. See how it sticks to both sides? You're just going to give it a second, make sure that glue is sticking. You guys all on the same page? Everybody's good? Need a little bit more. Let me clip it shut. Let me clip it. Needs a little bit more time. Let me clippy clip. Clippy clip the bottom. Let me clippy clip the top. Clippy clip the top. Give it a little bit more time. Okay. We got that part done. Yay! We just got to put our cards in. So while that is drying and it's clipped together, we're going to let that glue dry. Clip it on the top, clip it on the bottom, and let's let that dry. And we'll move on to put in the next signature, y'all. Okay, I'm going to put 2 clips in. 2 clips on. And I'm going to let that dry. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to add our 3rd signature, y'all. So we're going to set that to the side. Here is my 3rd signature. Okay. Everybody good? Give me a thumbs up. Tell me okay. But clip this together while it's drying. You can still see it in the middle. But I clipped the top and the bottom together just so that this can finish drying before I move on. Okay? Good deal. Samantha B. We still got, how many people? We still got 11 people holding on, y'all. We still got 11, nope, 10 people. One just dropped out. We did have 11. One dropped out. But we still got 10 people in here, y'all. Whoop, whoop. Everybody good. Everybody good. Potty break, anybody? Potty break. Now would be a great time to go potty break. 1 minute potty break. Go get your potty break. Get your potty break. Potty break. Samantha B's like, bitch, I've been holding it in for the last 10, 15 minutes. Go get potty break. Go get potty break. Woo woo, girl. Let's go. Let's go. My stairs are going the other way. Ha ha. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, sailor. It does not matter if they're going the other way. It's okay. It doesn't matter. It's still going to turn out the same way. It doesn't matter if you had them upside down or not. Who cares? Who cares? It all works out. Happy mistakes. Happy mistakes. Next month it is a master workshop, and it is 50 Shades of Gray, but it is not dirty pictures. They are very, very, very tastefully done. There is no nudity, but they are real photographs. But it is the trilogy of 50 Shades of Gray. So each book is based off of the actual books. So like the first book, you do have to have a sewing machine. You do have to have experience with a sewing machine to be able to do the cover for the first book. The second and third book is a lot easier, but you would still need your sewing machine to sew pages. So it is more of a master class than a beginner's class. So it's for people that have a lot more experience. Because then that is over a 3-day period. So Saturday, Sunday, and then the following Saturday, or Friday, Saturday, I forget how it works, how I have it set up, but I know there are 3 different days. But it is there's 3 books, and you can buy either just book 1, just book 2, or just book 3, or you can buy all 3 books. So it's broken up. So if you want to just do one of the classes, you can. You don't have to do all 3. But like I said, the first book, you definitely have to be a lot more experienced. Okay, is everybody ready? Everybody back from potty break? I'm still working on basic skills first. Absolutely. The next month's class is definitely not for beginners. For the month of September, it is definitely not for beginners. I'm just saying, I have to appease everybody. Like I do some simple books for beginners. This is like beginner to moderate. Next month's is a master class, which is the first one that I'm having. It's the first master class I'm having. 99% of the books that we do are beginner intermediate. Yeah, but you definitely need a sewing machine for next month because we are taking a men's dress shirt and we're using the men's dress shirt to make a book cover. So we're keeping the collar and the button down with a tie as the book cover. So you definitely need to have a little experience. It's a little bit more difficult of a class. I'm just saying. But it is well worth, especially if you have a sewing machine. It is definitely well worth it. I promise you. All right. Everybody back from potty break? We can move on to the third signature. Yes, I send everything, Michelle. Everything. I will send you the heat bond. Oh shit, I forgot to put iron on there. You are gonna need an iron, a sewing machine, and I will send the heat bond strips, the heat bond sheets, for the shirt, and we're gonna be building everything together. We're gonna do the cover first before we do the pages, but we are gonna use the men's shirt. But I will send you the shirts. I will send you the ties, everything except for, like I said, the sewing machine, the thread. There are different colors of, you need white and black waxed thread. I have the list up on the website, but I do have to put iron on there. I forgot. Jesus. Because we need to use heat bond. And I will send those sheets of heat bond with the shirts. But I almost forgot to put iron on there. I can't believe I did that. But yes, you are going to need an iron. And then the second book, it is leather and lace cover. And then the third book is the second book also has a mask. For the masquerade ball. And then the third one is the handcuffs. So they're actually police grade handcuffs that are being sent with the third book. And they do not have a key, FYI. So that's the other thing. We all will also need the E6000 to lock the handcuffs so they can't be completely opened because there is no key. Like I said, they are police grade issued handcuffs that I got that were donated to me to be able to use for this class. So there are 2 different kinds of handcuffs. I'm just going to randomly pick a handcuff, put it in with the book, with that book, and then off they go. But, Anyway, they do have to be glued shut so that you don't accidentally lock somebody in them because otherwise you'll have to call the police station to have them unlocked. Just saying. I don't think that's a phone call anybody wants to make. I don't think that's a phone call anybody wants to make. All right, is everybody's ready for the third signature? We'll move on. Oh, for the love of baby Jesus. All right. So I'm ready to move on. You guys ready to move on? All right, so I am going to start with the Mad Hatter on the outside with my vellum, and that's going to be the top. All right, I'm going to start with this one next. Again, I like layering. Oops. Hey. Okay, I'm going to skip 2 of these papers. They're the 28-pound cardstock. I'm going to skip those. And I'm just going to put the 80 pounds in the middle. All right. Okay, so there's my third signature. I am going to take, again, I am going to open it up in the center, and I'm going to make sure that all my corners are together. All my corners are squished in. I'm going to open it up. I'm going to take my middle. Again, I am going to open this up. making sure that I have an equal space at the top, equal space at the bottom. I'm going to take my awl, push it into that center. I'm going to fold it towards me, pushing it out so that I'm on the end. I'm going to grab my needle and 3 lengths of my thread. 1, 2, 3. Cut that off. And then I am going to go ahead and thread my needle. Sorry, y'all, that's the neighbor's dogs barking. I'm going to grab my signature, my center. I'm going to withdraw my awl. Oops. Put my needle halfway in, halfway inside the book, halfway out. I'm then going to go ahead and punch my bottom hole. And then I'm going to go ahead and punch my top hole. Okay. Oops. I'm going to go ahead and pull my needle. Oops, sorry, this is in my way. Pull my needle up through, still leaving a tail on the inside of the book, still leaving a tail. Since I have all 3 holes, I'm going to go ahead and remove that middle thing. I'm going to take my thread. I have my last holes, my last row. I'm going to put it in the middle so that I come out that 3rd line. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and pull that. Put it into the top hole. I'm going to flip this over. There's my needle. And then I'm going to take my needle, that top hole in my signature. Again, you're not going to force it. You should very gently be able to push it through. And then it comes into the center. Pull that up. Again, making sure that my signatures match the first one so that my writing is right side up. Okay. Pull my thread through. Take my needle, go into that bottom hole, fold my papers over, come out the bottom. Wait, what did I do here? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. Go into the go out the bottom. Pull it just slightly. And then I'm going to go into that bottom hole. Come out the back. Again, pull just slightly. Take my needle, go into that middle hole. Again, making sure that I don't catch that thread. Oops. There's my needle. Making sure I didn't catch it. I did catch it, so now I can actually back it out. I can take my thread off my needle. And then I can, let me get this, here we go. Let me finagle it a little bit. Okay, right there's where I caught it. Do you see that? Right here, I accidentally caught my thread. So what I can do, because it's only by one little tiny thread, I'm going to go ahead and clip just that tiny little thread. So now I'm released. So it was only that little tiny piece. So now I can go back here, pull this, pull my thread, get that nice and tight in the back. Now I can go ahead and re-thread my needle. I can go into that middle hole. Again, I shouldn't have to force it. There it is in the middle. I punctured that so I can pull it out. Pull that through. Again, you want this thread in the middle between the two ears. Pull in the opposite directions so that this is nice and tight. Go to the back side, make sure that's tight, that's tight. If you have anything loose, that means if you're pulling it and it's not tightening up, that means you caught that middle thread, okay? So let's see, I did catch that middle thread again. So let me pull that through. Back that out. There we go. Now I'm free and clear. Again, pull it nice and tight, making sure that a rabbit ear is on each side of that thread. Okay, straight up and down. Again, nice and tight. Nice and tight, nice and tight. I can go ahead and, again, one more tug. Not tight. Not tight. Clip my thread. Put a little bit of glue on my finger. Again, just a small amount. Tap, tap, tap. Rub. Tap, 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 tap. Rub. Good to go. There is my third signature. I'm going to go ahead and take my bone folder and I'm going to varnish those pages. Okay. Now I can go ahead and remove these clips from my middle signature. I can open that up and there's my staircase. Okay. Make sure all your M's open up. You didn't accidentally glue them shut. Okay. Everybody good? All my M's are opened. They're not glued shut. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my clip. I'm going to clip this open to make sure that it stays open. Make sure this stays open. Okay. Make sure this stays open. Make sure this stays open. Okay, so now what I'm going to do with my cards. They are double-sided, okay? I'm going to take my card and I want to make sure that when I am gluing these down in this M fold, let me drop it down so you guys can see. Hold on, let me bend that. There we go. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make sure that that all of my M's, when I open them up, I can take my card and I'm going to put a small dab of glue here on the M. Okay, I'm going to use my white glue so you guys can see. I'm going to put a small dab of glue there. I'm going to take my card to see it's before that crease. I'm going to take my card and just sit it here so that my card enters into that crease, but not over. And I'm going to wait until it dries. Okay, see how my card just sits there? So I'm going to take another card. I can go into the next M. Okay, I want to do one on the opposite side. So see, there's that crease for the bottom of the M. I'm going to put a small dab of glue. And I'm going to set my card in here, and I'm going to hold it. Oops, hold it for a second till it dries. Okay, there's my other one. I'm going to get another one. Let's do a joker. And so I can do one on this side of the M, this side of the M. I'm going to go ahead and do another one here. So I'm going to take my glue, little dab of glue. I'm going to put on that side of the M, but I'm going to turn it a little bit more. Again, making sure I'm not going past that crease at the bottom of the M. Okay, just like that. So do you see how they are freestanding now? And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start building off of this. And again, it doesn't matter where on the ladder, the staircase you do it. Take another one. I'm going to move over to another M, and I'm going to put one on this side. But I want to, let me grab my card. Sorry, y'all. There's my dab of glue. I'm actually going to go more straight up and down. Oops. Hold it there. Okay, I can move on to the next one. I'm going to go in this way more. I'm going to go put it on this side. So you want to balance it out. I want to go this way. I'm going to hold it till it sticks. I'm going to open that up a little bit more. I'm going to go to the next one. I'm going to put a little dab of glue here. I'm going to stick it this way. Again, making sure that your card isn't past that crease. So when this opens, do you see that? How it looks like? Okay, and then what you could do and just keep adding to it. Oh, there's a gnat. Okay, I'm going to take my next card, but I want to build it off of one of these other cards. So I want to make it fan out even more. So when you go to close it, this is where it's tricky. So I want to add a little dab of glue here to this card. And I want to add it to the back of this card. Making sure, though, that when it's closed, it doesn't go past the top of the book or the outside of the book. So if I go to close it, see how it just stays within that book page? And then you can build off of them. Again, it's just a balancing act. I'm going to put this one here. Going this way. Get another one. Oops, I accidentally ripped that a little bit. Let me grab a clip because I accidentally ripped it too far. My bad. Okay, I want to add another one here. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. And again, just making sure that you're not going outside of your pages so that when it closes, you're not sticking, your cards aren't sticking above or outside of the pages. That's all you want. Oops, sorry guys. Actually, this one I'm going to take and I'm going to glue this one here onto my page. And I'm going to glue this joker here on my page. And I'm going to take another card. I'm going to glue this to the page. I will take this one and glue this one to the page. And then this one, I will glue this one to the page. And again, it's about finding that balance. It does not have to be perfect. Hold on, I'll lift you guys up so you can see. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Either side, because it's all going to balance itself out. Like I have some that, you know, you can see the backs as you're opening and closing it. So either side, just balance it out so that when you're opening it, hold on, let me show you. Let me take you out of the holster. Okay, so that when you are opening it, do you see how this side, I have it all on one V, except this part I have this page, I have it on that V, but I have the same V, I have another card. Do you see that? Yeah, just keep it out of that crease. Keep the cards out of that crease. Like this one, I only have a card on one side. The next one, only on the one side. But then I stacked it, so I glued another card to the other card so that I got this fan effect when I opened up the book. And then I glued cards down to the actual paper themselves so that these weren't, these aren't attached to the fan, but I glued them right to the page. Does that make sense? Like I said, it is just a balancing act. You just want to make sure, let me take my clips off. You want to make sure that when you go to close that section up, when you go to close that up, now see, I have a card that's sticking out too far. So I need to rip that off. I need to take this card off because it's past the page. I need to take that card off and move it in further. Okay. So I just ripped it off. I'm just going to re-glue it, and I'm going to stick it further in. Okay. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so that when I go to close it, am I still sticking above? I am. So while it's still wet, I'm going to move it even more. Okay, let me close it again. Now I'm good. I'm not sticking beyond. So that I'm good. So now I know that I got to keep it in. This side, I'm good. So I know that I have another card here. Okay. I can take this card and I can glue it to the page because I don't have to glue any more on to each other. So I can glue it here. Okay, does that make sense, y'all? So just make sure that when you go to close it, you don't have any cards sticking out the top. You don't have any cards sticking out the bottom or the side. Does that make sense, y'all? You guys good? So that when you open that page again, yay! And if you want to add more cards to it, you can. But like I said, as long as you're not sticking outside the edges of the book, you're good. Okay. Yay! We are good. That is all finished. So now we can go ahead and we can put our book together, y'all. Yay! All right. Woo woo! We are good to go. We are good to go. We can throw these away unless you want to use them somewhere else in the book. Go ahead and do that. Or if you have other paper you want to use it. But we're good. All right, so we need our covers. We are almost done, y'all. All right, this is my cover. I'm going to decorate this later. So make sure you're facing upright. I'm going to flip that over. This is my back. Flip it over so that these sides are correct. Okay, we have this, our flaps. Okay, our middle spine. Okay, we are going to glue down our flaps, the middle flaps. Glue those down. Glue this flap down. All right. So we are going to take our the flap here and make sure that you are right side up. Okay, that is right side up. Okay. So we are going to, we're going to glue this part down first, the front part to this, making sure that when you bend it over, okay, you are not past, that fold is not past your chipboard. Jesus, I couldn't even think of it. So I'm going to go ahead and glue this. Just the front one. Okay, I'm going to lay it down on top of this, folding it over towards that, making sure that it's not going past the chipboard. Evenly spaced on the top and the bottom. Okay, so whatever space that you have at the top or the bottom, top and bottom is the same. Getting rid of all that extra glue. Okay, then taking our flap, folding this over, adding glue to this flap. Sorry, y'all, if you guys are hearing the neighbor's dogs bark. Taking my chipboard, flipping it over, laying it on top of, I hate YouTube, laying it on top of that, making sure that my top and bottom line up and my flap doesn't go past. It keeps kicking myself out and going back to the live. Oh my Lord, I'm sorry, honey. Making sure that I'm even, Steven. Okay, so we got those two glued down. Now we have our center. Okay, this is going to get glued on top of this. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we are going to glue everything down. Glue the flaps and the center. Okay. I'm going to hold my signatures together. I'm going to then put it down on top of that. Let me stand up here a second. Making sure that my book comes in. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close this up. I'm going to go to the top. I'm going to take a clip that part, clip the back part. Clip the cover. back. And then one right in the middle. Okay, so I have a clip holding that front flap down, the back flap, and then each side of that one, so in 3 for the signatures, 1 for the front flap, 1 for the back flap. Flip it upside down. Do the same thing. Front flap, back flap. Signatures. Little fatty. Come on. And then in the other one. Okay. So that's all. Okay. And then we're going to leave that dry. And then we will be good to go. There's our center. And again, you could take your bone folder if you have, or your ruler. Hold on, let me find the signature. Okay, I'm going to take my ruler. I'm going to go between the signature, press down, or your bone folder, press down, make sure you got connection. Go to the next one. Again, pressing down, making sure you have connection. Go to the cover. Again, making sure you got connection. Get rid of that excess glue because you don't want your pages sticking to it. And there we go. There is our spine. And like I said, we just got to let that dry. I'm going to let that dry overnight before I do anything else with it. But that is it, girls. We are done. We are done. We are done. We are done. Woo! But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually sit it like this, and I'm going to sit something on top of this. We got our media, and we got another media. We're just going to set that on top there just to apply that pressure, and we are good to go until we are done. We are done. We are done. Woo woo. We are done. We are done, ladies. We are done. There we go. Let me put the thing in there. There we go. Yeah, buddy. We are finished. Woo! Hallelujah. Praise Jesus. We got her done. We got her done. I have no idea if she's still here or not. But like I said, we can't do anything else with this until it completely dries. But there you go, ladies. We are done. We are done. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, baby Jesus. Woo woo! And then again, once this completely dries, y'all, then you can decorate it. Do with it as you wish. I will post a video. I will finish mine because I'm actually going to give this away in one of my lives. because I want to decorate it a little bit first. But after this dries tomorrow morning, I can decorate it and we are good to go. Woo, 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 woo. Mine dried, so I'll be going live at 9 to decorate. There you go, Michelle. Hell yeah. So what do we do with the 80-pound piece of paper we pulled out? Oh, that is our pockets. These are our pockets. That's our pockets. So what we're going to do, I'll tell you what. Let me set this to the side and I will show you. We're just going to create pockets, y'all. We don't need, because half is still too big. This will, the regular side of paper. Thank you, Samantha B, for reminding me. What happened, Miss Rita? This will be the one piece will be our front pocket. The other piece will be our back pocket, but we need to cut it in half or a little bit less than half. So however deep you want to have it, the pocket. Does that make sense? So like, for example, I'm going to go ahead and cut mine. Because this is 5.5 inches wide. I don't need 5.5-inch pocket. I'm going to go ahead and cut off some of that. And I'm going to make my other pocket. So, you know what? I don't want to make two pockets. I don't want to make one in the front, one in the back. I want to do two pockets in the front. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to layer mine. Okay, I am going to layer mine. Let me cut this off. I'm going to layer my pocket. Okay, so I have, let's see. I can actually use, let me cut a little bit of this off. Hold on. I'm going to layer mine. So I'm going to do this in the front. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to actually layer mine in the front. So I have my circle punch. Let me move this. I'm going to put mine, I'm going to put a half circle here towards the top. Because I'm going to put this on my front pocket. Make sure I am even. Oh, hold on. Let me stand up. Let me make sure my notches are even. Even. Put my notch. Okay. And I am going to take and I'm going to glue the top and bottom of this. So I'm going to take this side. Glue at the top, glue at the bottom, glue down the bottom on the side without the circle punch. I'm going to take this paper, I'm going to leave it on that side. I'm going to flip this over. And layer that on top. My first one I took apart and I am redoing. We all have to start somewhere. Absolutely. I'll be honest with you. We all make mistakes, honey, but they can be fixed. They really can be fixed. It's not the end of the world. I promise you, it is not the end of the world. I have messed up numerous times. These guys can tell you I've been doing this for a very long time, but I still F up all the time. Okay, let me grab my book here. I'm going to go to my front cover. Let me take these out. Hold on. Let me take these off. They're in the way, they're in the way, they're in the way. Let me take this, varnish this a little bit. The edge of the chipboard to make sure that my book is folding. Okay, beautiful. Okay, I'm going to take my pocket, and then I could put my pocket down here so it covers up that edge. Okay, so I want just the top and the bottom. And then there's my pocket opening, so I want to do this side. And then again, I'm going to stick it down. I don't want it to the edge of the chipboard, to the inside. I'm going to lay it right down over top. Make sure that I got enough on the top and the bottom. And again, I don't want to be on the edge of that chipboard. So there's the edge of my chipboard. So I got the same amount of room. There we go. Now I do. The top and the bottom. Absolutely. Always happy mistakes. I always have a mess up, y'all. And like I said, it's not the end of the world. They can be fixed. So there's the pockets. Okay. So I have a pocket here. I have a pocket here. Okay. There's my thing there, and I'm going to go back here to the back cover again, varnish the edge of that chipboard so that it's not too tight, so you can open and close the book without any problems. There we go. Open. Because if you do it too tight, then you won't be able to open the page, and then this will start to tear. We don't want it to tear. So that opens. That opens. Let me varnish this a little bit more. And again, it's just taking a rounded edge and going up and down that chipboard, breaking down the paper fibers just enough so that you are able to open and shut the book. We are the most critical. Absolutely, we are. Absolutely, we are. And if you want to add another pocket here in the back, we have plenty of ephemera. Or you could take another piece of paper and put another pocket in the back. But there's plenty of ephemera here to add belly bands. There's other pockets and envelopes. There are sayings. There's a clock. There are other journal cards. There is lots and lots of stuff in here to be able to use. You have little characters that you can cut out, little paper dolls, cards, all kinds of stuff. There's a paper doll. So there's plenty of stuff in here to be able to use. All right, guys, that is it. We are done. I am done. I can't do any more. I'm done. I'm finished. I'm done for the night. I'm going to go get some food, some real food, and I will decorate this and give this away on another live. But that's it, ladies. We got our 3 signatures. We got our pop-up. And we got our pocket. And like I said, you can do a single pocket or a double pocket. You can layer them, whatever. If you want to put something in the back or not, that's up to you. But we are finished, y'all. We're finished. Yay! I'm super excited. I'm super excited, but it turned out fantastic. We got a little bit on the bottom. Just got to wait for that to dry. But yay, I'm excited. We did good, guys. We did really good. But I am starving. I was told to cut this stuff. I was crying. To cut what stuff, honey? You were told to cut what? The ephemera? The ephemera is for you to decorate your book. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of Alice addicts. But yeah, no, the ephemera, you can use that to decorate your book with it, Rita. So you can decorate the cover, you can decorate the inside, the pages. I only get you to the point where your book is complete. And then it's up to you guys to then decorate it and use your imagination, whether you want to add other elements or whatever. But I provide you with more than enough stuff to be able to complete an entire book and decorate it. But unfortunately, we all decorate differently. So you can do with it as you wish. So why was you crying, girl? Why was you crying? It's all good. I promise you, it's all good. All right, guys, I am out of here. I'm going to get myself some dinner. I love you all. Thank you again for another amazing live. You guys have a great night, and I will see you all later. The ephemera's so been up since 4 a.m. cutting. Oh, Miss Rita, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miss Rita. It's all good. Oh, baby Jesus, you're okay. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I love y'all. Y'all have a great night.